had been living in the city for over 10 years, and I was tired. Everything had started to feel loud. Traffic, phones, people, emails, texts, constant work deadlines. Even at night, in my apartment, there was noise. Sirens, horns, thudding upstairs neighbors, humming from electronics, things that never truly stopped. I kept telling myself I needed a break. Not a vacation with plans and itineraries. Just silence, stillness. I wanted to be somewhere I couldn't hear anything man-made. Somewhere no one would think to reach me. A friend I hadn't talked to in a while had told me months earlier about a small cabin his uncle used to own up north, way off any main road, about 2 miles into the forest past a gravel logging trail. The place had no electricity, no phone service, no running water, just a wood stove, a hand pump for water outside, and an outhouse behind a tall pine. It sounded exactly like what I wanted. He had said I could use it any time, and at that point I felt like I had to take him up on it or I might actually lose my mind. It was early October when I finally packed up and drove out. The air was getting colder, and the trees were already turning that deep orange-red color that made everything feel quieter than usual. I told no one except my boss that I was leaving for a week and that I wouldn't have service. I brought canned food, a big jug of clean water, a flashlight with extra batteries, a propane camp stove, a warm sleeping bag, and a couple of books I'd been meaning to finish. I didn't bring my phone charger. I wanted it dead by the time I got there. The drive was long, nearly 6 hours, and the last part, the final 15 miles, was just dirt and gravel roads cutting through thick, silent woods. The GPS gave out somewhere before that, but I had directions written down on paper. The trail to the cabin itself was narrow, covered in pine needles and twigs, and it looked like no one had driven on it in years. I left my car parked just off the logging trail and carried everything the last half mile in 2 trips. That alone took over an hour. The cabin was smaller than I pictured. 1 room, square, maybe 12 feet by 12 feet, wood-planked floors and walls, a tiny table, 2 chairs, a rusted old bed frame with a thin mattress on top, a small window above the sink, a wooden shelf with old canned goods, most of which looked like they hadn't been touched in a decade. The wood stove was the only heat source. The outhouse was about 30 steps away behind a big cluster of trees. The whole place smelled like sap, old smoke, and damp wood. I felt calm, really calm. I lit a couple of candles that were left behind in jars, unpacked my gear, and heated up a can of beans on the little camp stove while the fire slowly caught inside the stove. That first night, I read by candlelight, crawled into my sleeping bag on the creaky mattress, and drifted off without any of the usual thoughts racing through my head. I slept like a stone. The next few days followed the same rhythm. I'd wake up with the light, heat up water to make coffee on the propane burner, stretch, walk the woods behind the cabin. The silence was thick and comforting. There was no signal, no traffic, no other people. I hadn't even heard a plane overhead. Just the wind, the birds, and sometimes the sound of small animals crunching leaves in the underbrush. It was on the 4th night that things started to change. I was getting ready for bed, maybe around 9 since it got dark early. I had gone out to use the outhouse, which I always dreaded slightly because it meant leaving the cabin with just a flashlight. The trees looked like tall shadows around me. My breath came out white. After I finished and turned back toward the cabin, I paused because something looked different. The door was shut. I could have sworn I had left it open. Not wide open, but ajar. I had gone in and out a few times that evening to get wood, and I remembered propping it with a piece of split log. But now it was completely closed. I stood still for a few seconds, holding my breath, and told myself it must have swung shut. The wind had picked up a little that afternoon. Still, it made me uneasy. I walked slowly up to the door, listening, but I didn't hear anything inside. I opened it, flashlight in one hand, the heavy beam sweeping across the room. Everything looked exactly the same. The sleeping bag was where I left it, the books on the table, the empty bowl from dinner still sitting on the shelf. Nothing looked touched. I shut the door behind me and slid the old wooden latch across. I told myself I was being paranoid. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I woke up a few times to the sound of the wind moving outside and kept checking the door. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for footprints or signs that someone had been near. The ground was covered in pine needles and dead leaves, which don't hold impressions very well, but I didn't see anything that looked disturbed. Still, I kept thinking about the door. That evening, I decided to test something. I wedged the door open with a thicker piece of firewood, one that wouldn't budge easily. I even lined up some small twigs right outside the doorway in a row, so if anyone or anything stepped inside, I'd notice. I also moved a tin cup to the edge of the small table inside, just enough so if the cabin shook or was disturbed, it might fall off. I went about the night as usual, reading, writing a little in a notebook I brought, and heating up a small pot of stew. When it was time for bed, I turned off the propane lantern and crawled into the bag. Somewhere deep in the night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know what had stirred me at first, only that I was wide awake and something felt off. The air felt colder. The silence didn't feel comfortable anymore. I slowly sat up and turned my head toward the door. It was closed. I stared at it for a full minute before I moved. Then I got out of the bag, turned on the flashlight, and looked around the cabin. The cup on the table was gone. It wasn't on the floor either. I found it under the table on its side, as if someone had knocked it and it rolled underneath. The twigs I had lined up were scattered. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat against the far wall with my flashlight on, just watching the door. By the time morning came, my hands were cold and stiff. I opened the door and stepped outside into the gray light. Everything looked normal again. No sign of anyone. I thought about leaving that day. I honestly did, but a part of me refused. Maybe it was pride. Maybe I was just telling myself that I had imagined it all, that I knocked the cup off by accident, or that an animal pushed the door closed. But deep down, I didn't believe any of that. That evening, I built up the fire hotter than usual and sat close to it. I left the flashlight next to me and decided not to sleep. Around 2 in the morning, something tapped the window. Not loud, just a light tap like the edge of a finger. The window didn't have curtains, just a bit of dust on the glass. I moved as quietly as I could and turned the flashlight toward it. Nothing, just darkness. I waited, then I heard it again. This time not at the window, but behind the cabin, near the outhouse. It sounded like steps, not heavy, but distinct, measured, slow, human. I stood up and went to the door but didn't open it. I kept the light off, pressed my ear to the wood, and listened. More movement, crunching leaves, then stillness. I waited for what felt like an hour, barely breathing. Eventually, I slid down to the floor again. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up to daylight coming in through the window. When I stepped outside, I walked to the back of the cabin and found something that made my stomach twist. The door to the outhouse was open. I had closed it the day before, tight with the wooden latch. Now it hung loose, barely swinging. And next to the door, in the dirt, were the faint impressions of boot prints. Not fresh, but still there, large and pointing toward the cabin. I packed my things that morning and left. I didn't care that it was earlier than planned. I made 2 trips fast, practically jogging with the second load. I kept scanning the trees the whole time, expecting to see someone standing still, just watching. When I reached the car, I locked the doors before starting it. As I drove back down the logging road, I kept checking the mirror, half expecting someone to step out of the woods. But no one did. I never told my friend what happened. I didn't want to explain it. I didn't want to go through it again. A few months later, though, I looked up some old maps of that area online. I was just curious. I zoomed in and traced the location of the cabin. There wasn't much near it, just forest. But I did notice something. About 2 miles west of where I had stayed, there used to be a small hunting camp marked on a 1993 topographic map. It had been closed down years ago, marked as abandoned in later versions. No roads led to it anymore, but someone had been out there. Someone still was, and they weren't supposed to be. I drove through the winding mountain road for nearly 4 hours before I reached the place. I had rented the cabin for 2 weeks. My plan was simple. I needed quiet. I needed distance. No phone calls. No distractions. I had a project that was way overdue, and I thought staying in a quiet cabin away from everything would help. I didn't want to see anyone or talk to anyone. Just me, my laptop, some food, and a lake view. The cabin was advertised as completely private, tucked deep into the forest, about 15 minutes away from the nearest house, and with no cell signal. That's what I wanted. The last 30 minutes of the drive were on a dirt road, not just gravel, uneven, muddy in spots, overgrown with branches that slapped at the sides of my car. I had to slow down to a crawl at times just to avoid scraping the bottom on the rocks. The trees got taller the deeper I drove. Everything got quieter. The sunlight barely made it through the thick canopy. There were no signs, no mailboxes, no tire marks. Just one narrow trail that eventually led me to a clearing where the cabin sat. It looked older than the pictures made it seem. One floor, small porch out front, single chimney sticking out the roof, and faded wooden siding that looked like it hadn't been treated in years. The roof had moss growing on one side, but it didn't matter. I wasn't there for luxury. The door opened fine with the key I got from the lockbox, and once I stepped in, I actually liked it. It smelled like old wood, maybe a bit of mildew, but it had a fireplace, a working kitchen, and one small bedroom with a bed that creaked but seemed clean. There was a generator out back for power. The bathroom was inside, which I appreciated, with running water from a well. I brought enough groceries and supplies to last 3 weeks, just in case. I even had backup batteries, a satellite internet device that only worked for email, and a radio. I thought I was ready. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked everything, cleaned the kitchen counters, and set up my laptop near the window that looked out toward the lake. The lake was maybe 200 feet away, through a line of tall pine trees. It was still and quiet, almost too quiet. I walked down to it in the afternoon and just stood there for a while, staring at the glassy surface. No boats, no people, no birds, just the sound of wind moving through the trees. It made me feel like I had stepped out of the world. I worked late that night, until around 2 a.m., with the fireplace crackling next to me. I left the front porch light on. It was one of those yellow bulbs that didn't shine far, just a small circle of light. I remember staring at it through the window for a while, watching bugs fly into it and bounce off. It was the only light for miles, probably. Around the third day, I started noticing things, little things. I woke up one morning and saw that the back door was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it the night before. It made me stop for a second. I checked the lock again. It wasn't broken. It just looked like it had been turned. I blamed myself. Maybe I just forgot. That same day, I found small wet footprints on the back steps. Not boots, not animal prints, just barefoot marks. 3 of them, leading up to the door. I stood there for a long time just staring at them. They weren't mine. I hadn't gone outside barefoot, and the steps were wet, but the ground around them wasn't. I touched the prints with my fingers. They were still damp. I walked around the cabin, looking into the woods. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Just trees. The weirdest part was that the generator hadn't gone out. The lights were still working. If someone had come near the cabin in the night, I would have heard something. I kept the windows closed and the doors locked every night. I started leaving the fire poker by the bed, just in case. By the 5th night, I was having trouble sleeping. I kept waking up to noises, not loud ones, just soft cracks, creaks in the floor, clicks. I would lie there, holding my breath, trying to figure out if it was the wood settling or something else. Sometimes it sounded like someone moving on the porch. One night, I heard what I thought were footsteps just outside the window near the fireplace. I didn't get up. I just laid there, staring at the dark ceiling, heart pounding. I tried convincing myself it was all in my head. Being alone out there, surrounded by woods, no contact with anyone. It does something to your mind. You start imagining things. Every noise becomes a threat. Every shadow seems like something watching you. I tried to get back into my work, bury myself in it. I stopped checking outside. I didn't even go down to the lake anymore. On the 7th night, I lost power. The generator had fuel, so it didn't make sense. I went out back to check it and found that the fuel line had been cut. Clean, like with a knife. Not frayed, not chewed by an animal, just a neat slice like someone had done it carefully. I stood there, holding the line in my hand, knowing for sure that someone had been near the cabin. Not just near, right there, behind it, close enough to sabotage the generator without waking me up. I ran back inside and locked the doors, grabbed the fire poker, and lit every candle I had. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat in the corner of the bedroom, listening, waiting. Nothing happened, but I kept thinking, if they were trying to scare me, it was working. If they wanted to get in, they would have already done it. So what were they waiting for? The next morning, I took inventory. Nothing had been stolen. Nothing was broken. The doors and windows were still locked. But when I opened the closet near the front door, I found something that hadn't been there before. A small plastic bottle of water, one of the store-bought kinds, sealed. It was just sitting there on the closet floor. I hadn't brought it. All the water I brought was in gallon jugs. I don't buy those small bottles. It wasn't dusty. It looked brand new, like it had just been placed there. I closed the closet and didn't touch it again. I tried using the satellite internet device to send an email, but it wouldn't connect. I climbed up onto the roof to see if maybe it had been blocked by branches. That's when I saw something else. On the far side of the clearing, just beyond the tree line, I saw a small circle made of rocks, freshly made, not a fire pit, just a ring. In the middle of it, there was something shiny. I climbed down and walked over. It was a belt buckle, one of those big metal ones, still attached to a torn leather belt. The leather was frayed, like it had been ripped. No clothes, no signs of a struggle, just the belt. I took a photo of it with my phone, even though I had no service, and walked back to the cabin quickly. I kept checking behind me. The day after that, I heard a truck somewhere in the distance. Faint, maybe a mile away. It didn't sound like it was getting closer, just passing. But I ran to the dirt road and waited. Nothing came. No dust, no engine, just trees. It was like I imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. I heard it clearly. After a while, I walked back and saw something strange. One of my boots was sitting on the porch steps. Just one. I had left both pairs inside. I opened the door and checked the floor. Muddy prints again. Not deep, not even full, just smudges, like someone with wet socks had stepped in and out. By the 10th day, I was sleeping with a kitchen knife under the pillow. I had boarded up 2 of the windows using spare firewood and a hammer I found in the shed. I kept the radio on all the time, hoping to pick up something, a signal, anything, but all I got was static. That night, I heard something that froze me in place. I was in bed, barely dozing off, when I heard the front door creak open, just a little, not slammed, not kicked, just a slow, deliberate creak. Then I heard it close again, a click, then soft, almost careful steps. Not boots, not heavy, just quiet footsteps on the wood floor. I didn't move, couldn't. The footsteps came up to the bedroom door and stopped. I could feel them through the silence. Whoever it was, they were just standing there. On the other side, waiting. I held my breath and gripped the knife so hard my hand started cramping. The door never opened. The steps never came closer. After maybe 30 minutes, I heard them go back toward the living room, then nothing. When the sun came up, I found nothing. No prints, no broken lock. The door was still bolted. The air inside smelled the same. But I knew what I heard. I decided I had to leave. I didn't care about the project anymore. I just wanted to get out. I packed in under 20 minutes. I threw everything into bags and loaded the car. As I was backing out of the clearing, I saw something nailed to a tree just outside the clearing. A small square of cardboard. Someone had drawn something on it in pen. A symbol, maybe. A circle with a line through it. No words, just that. I didn't stop to get a closer look. The road out felt longer than I remembered. Every turn, every hill, I expected something to block my path. Fallen tree, a truck, person, but nothing came. It was early October when I decided to spend a few days alone in my uncle's old hunting cabin. The place sat deep in the woods, about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town, and another 30-minute hike from where you had to leave your vehicle. It hadn't been used in years, not since my uncle passed away, and my aunt said I could take whatever I wanted from inside before the cabin was sold. I didn't go there for valuables. I went for solitude. The past few months had been too noisy in my head. Work stress, breakups, bills, and I needed silence. Not just quiet, but total silence. And I figured the middle of nowhere was the best place to find it. The drive was long and uneventful. I had a few supplies packed: canned food, dry stuff like rice and granola, some bottled water even though the cabin had a rainwater tank and a pump, a small camping stove, a flashlight, an axe, and a basic first aid kit. I wasn't planning to hunt or fish, just to be alone and read a bit, maybe write, and sleep without hearing engines or people yelling on the street below my apartment window. By the time I parked the car near the old forest trail, it was late afternoon. The air was cold, the trees thinning out to bare branches in some places. I didn't bring a map. I didn't need one. I'd been there as a kid with my uncle a couple of times, and the trail was marked with faded orange paint on the trees. I hiked with a small pack on my back, took my time, and listened to the crunch of dry leaves under my boots. The air smelled sharp, like wet wood and something faintly metallic. Birds were quiet. I saw a squirrel run across the path once, but not much else. No people, no other hikers. The cabin appeared suddenly through a wall of trees, like it had been hiding. It was smaller than I remembered. The wood was weathered, almost gray. The roof had some moss on one side, and a few shingles were missing. The little porch sagged a bit, and one of the steps creaked loudly when I tested it. The door was locked with an old rusted padlock, but I had the key from my aunt. Turned with effort and a loud snap. Inside, it smelled like old paper, dust, and cedar. There was a cot with a thin mattress, a table, 2 chairs, a shelf with some rusted tools, and a cold fireplace. A few mouse droppings scattered near the corners. I opened a window to air it out. The cabin had one room, no separate bathroom. There was a small outhouse behind it, about 15 yards into the trees. The rain tank was still hooked up, full from the fall rains. I tried the manual pump next to the sink. It groaned but worked, water spitting out sluggishly. I unpacked, cleaned off the cot, and made a small meal, just some rice and beans on the portable stove. It got dark quickly. I lit a candle and kept the flashlight nearby. I didn't have cell service and didn't bring any electronics, just a few books and a notebook. The silence was everything I had wanted. No cars, no people, just the wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin. I slept with my boots near the door, just in case, and a knife tucked into the side of the mattress. I wasn't afraid, not really, just cautious. There were bears in the region, but they usually stayed further up the mountain. Mostly black bears, shy ones. That's what I told myself, anyway. The first night was cold but uneventful. I woke up early the next day, stretched, stepped out into the frosty morning, and walked around the area. I found an old tree stand about 100 feet from the cabin, probably used by my uncle when he used to hunt deer. It was still sturdy, though weathered. A rusted old ladder led up to a tiny wooden platform about 15 feet high, facing a small clearing. I climbed up and sat there for a while, just listening. The woods were calm. I felt like I was the only person for miles. Back at the cabin, I spent most of the day reading and chopping some wood for the fireplace. I didn't need it yet, but figured I would by the third night. In the afternoon, I walked further down a faint trail that led to a small stream. It was lower than I remembered. The summer drought had probably dried it out a bit. Still, I filled a small bottle, boiled it back at the cabin, and let it cool. That evening, just before the sun dropped, I heard something that didn't fit. It was soft like a snap, the sound of a branch breaking. Not from above like a deadfall, but the sharp snap of someone stepping on it. I stood still near the porch and stared into the trees. I didn't see anything. I told myself it was probably a deer. But then another sound came. A short, steady rustling, like slow footsteps. Crunch, pause, crunch. Again, nothing visible. I waited for a long time, heart picking up speed. The sounds stopped. The forest got quiet again, too quiet. I went inside and shut the door, sliding the wooden latch across it. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I found something strange in the clearing. Near the fire pit outside the cabin, there were boot prints. Not mine. These were larger, wider, and they weren't there the day before. The dirt was soft from the evening dew, and the prints were clear. Someone had walked up to the cabin during the night, circled the porch, and then left back into the trees. My hands felt cold even though the sun was out. I checked inside the cabin, nothing was touched. My bag was fine, food untouched. But I didn't like that someone had come so close. I thought about leaving that day, hiking back to the car and driving home. But part of me didn't want to overreact. I tried to stay rational. Maybe a hiker got lost. Maybe a hunter wandered through and saw the cabin and just passed by. Still, I kept the axe closer that day. I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't go to the stream. I stacked more wood, tried to stay busy. But something felt off. Late in the afternoon, I climbed back up to the tree stand and looked out toward the woods. After maybe 10 minutes, I saw movement. There was a figure in the trees. Far away, maybe 80 or 90 yards. Half hidden behind the trunks. Not moving, just standing. I stared. It wasn't an animal. It was a person. Tall, broad-shouldered. Dressed in dark clothes, maybe a coat. I couldn't see the face. He didn't wave, didn't call out. Just stood there. I looked away for a second. Maybe 5 seconds. And when I looked back, he was gone. Not like he ran. Just gone. I climbed down fast and went back to the cabin. Locked the door. That night, I didn't light a candle. I didn't cook. I sat in the dark with my back against the wall, axe in my lap, listening. The wind picked up after midnight. Branches tapped against the roof, and once I thought I heard footsteps again. This time, they didn't come close. They stayed at a distance, pacing back and forth. I couldn't see anything from the window. There was no moonlight, just black trees and darker shadows. I stayed awake until dawn. When I finally stepped outside, I saw more boot prints. This time, they didn't come right up to the porch. They stopped maybe 20 feet from the cabin, just at the edge of the trees. It was like whoever it was stood there all night, watching. There were also cigarette butts on the ground, still fresh. Someone had been standing there, smoking, looking straight at the cabin. I packed my stuff fast. No breakfast. Just shoved everything into the bag, grabbed the axe, and started hiking back. But I didn't make it far. About 10 minutes into the trail, I found something that made my stomach twist. There was a string tied between two trees, a thin cord like fishing line, at neck height, and hanging from it was something small. A rabbit's foot, bloodied, tied to the cord. It wasn't there when I came in. I stepped back, looked around. Nothing moved. I turned and went back to the cabin. I figured it was safer than being out on the trail, not knowing where that guy was. I stayed inside the rest of the day. No more walks, no more tree stand, just sitting in the corner, waiting. I thought about calling for help, but my phone still had no signal. I tried turning on my emergency beacon, but the light didn't blink. The battery must have died. That night, I barred the door, pushed the table in front of it, and kept the axe beside me. I didn't sleep at all. Sometime around 3 or 4 in the morning, I heard the sound again. Footsteps, closer this time, then a sharp tapping. Not on the door, on the wall, right behind where I sat. Tap, 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 like knuckles. 3 times, then silence. In the morning, I opened the door and checked the wall. There were fingerprints in the dust. Long, dirty smudges, like someone dragged their fingers slowly across the boards. I saw more boot prints leading back into the woods. I waited until noon before I tried the trail again. This time, I took a different way, through the trees, off the path, heading west. It was rough going, full of thorns and brush, but I wanted to avoid the place where the string had been. After an hour, I got back to the logging road. My car was there, all 4 tires slashed. That's when the panic really hit. I checked the trunk. Nothing stolen, but someone had gone through it. My spare tire was also punctured. There were more cigarette butts nearby. Whoever was doing this had waited. I wasn't planning to stay in that cabin for more than a week. It was a last-minute decision. I had been working non-stop for almost a year without a proper break, and I could feel it catching up to me. My eyes would burn late at night, my hands would tremble after too many hours staring at a screen, and my thoughts felt scrambled most days. I just wanted to go somewhere quiet, alone, away from the noise, away from the pressure, and away from people. I found the listing on a rental site, a small cabin sitting by a lake up in the northern woods of Wisconsin. No neighbors nearby. The closest town was about an hour's drive away. The photos showed a small wooden structure with a tin roof, a dock extending out over calm water, and thick forest surrounding it on all sides. There were no luxury features, no big TV, no Wi-Fi, just a generator, a fireplace, and a view. That sounded perfect to me. The drive up there was long and tiring, but I kept reminding myself that I was doing this for my own peace of mind. I brought groceries that would last at least 2 weeks, even though I only planned on staying for 8 days. I packed all the essentials: a first aid kit, flashlights, batteries, extra fuel, some books, and a portable radio for weather updates. I turned off my phone before I even reached the cabin. I didn't want any messages or calls breaking into the silence I was chasing. When I arrived, it was late afternoon. The cabin looked smaller in person, but just as isolated. The lake stretched out in front of it, reflecting the orange-pink glow of the sunset. The air smelled of pine and dirt and lake water. It was quiet except for the birds and the soft rustle of trees. I unloaded my supplies and locked the truck. The inside of the cabin was simple: a small kitchen area, a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet, a bed pushed up against one wall, and a wooden table with 2 chairs. There was a metal stove for cooking and heating, and shelves with a few old books and games. A door led out to the back, where you could walk straight down to the lake through tall grass and reeds. The generator was behind the cabin. I filled it, gave it a few pulls, and it rumbled to life. Not too loud, just enough to keep the lights and small fridge running. The first couple of days were peaceful. I'd wake up early with the sun, drink instant coffee on the porch, and watch the mist rise off the lake. Sometimes a heron would land nearby. I'd go for long walks through the woods with my boots crunching on the forest floor, dry leaves and twigs snapping under my feet. I tried not to think about work, deadlines, or anything outside of that place. I just wanted to rest. I didn't see anyone for the first 3 days. No hikers, no hunters, no boaters. Nothing. Just animals. A deer crossed my path one morning. A raccoon had tried to get into my trash one night. But no people. Not until the 4th day. That morning, I noticed something strange across the lake. There was another cabin on the far side. I hadn't seen it before. It must have been hidden behind the trees, or maybe the fog had blocked it. But that morning it was there, barely visible through the pines. A small dark shape, not too different from mine. What caught my eye wasn't the cabin itself, though. It was the figure standing in front of it. A man. He looked like he was just standing there, near the edge of the water, facing toward me, not moving, just standing still. I stared for a long time, trying to make out details, but the distance was too great. Maybe he was fishing, or maybe he was just enjoying the morning like I was. I looked away eventually and tried to forget about it. But later that day, around noon, I checked again. He was still there, still standing in the same spot. I felt a little uneasy. That night, I kept thinking about him. I even walked down to the lake and used my small set of binoculars, but by then it was too dark to see anything across the water. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, listening for sounds I couldn't name. Every creak in the cabin made me sit up and hold my breath. By the next morning, the man was gone. I felt relief at first. Maybe he had left. Maybe he had just been a visitor passing through. I told myself it didn't matter. I told myself not to let it ruin my peace. But something had changed in me. I started keeping the front door locked even during the day. I kept the curtains drawn. I began checking the dock and the edge of the woods more often. My ears started tuning into sounds. Branches snapping, leaves crunching, small things I would have ignored before. Then, on the 6th day, I found footprints. They were at the edge of the lake, near where I usually sat in the morning. They weren't mine, I was sure of that. I always wore heavy boots, and I hadn't walked down that side of the cabin since the second day. These were from lighter shoes, maybe sneakers. They led up to the side of the cabin and then back into the woods. No tire tracks, no sign of a boat. I followed the footprints for about 10 minutes before they disappeared into the undergrowth. My heart was pounding the whole time. I had a bear spray canister clipped to my belt, but I felt exposed and stupid walking into the trees like that. I turned back. That evening, I skipped dinner and sat on the porch with a flashlight in my lap, watching the tree line. My truck was still parked where I left it, locked and untouched. I was trying to convince myself that maybe it was nothing. Maybe a hiker had wandered close by without noticing the cabin. But around midnight, I woke up to the sound of something hitting the wall outside. Not a knock, more like a soft thud, like something heavy and dull. I sat up quickly and turned on the lamp. The sound came again, lower down this time. I waited, holding my breath, every muscle tight. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night. But in the morning, I found a rock lying by the back wall of the cabin. A smooth, round rock, about the size of a grapefruit. It hadn't been there before. There were scuff marks on the wood where it had hit. The feeling I had after that was hard to describe. I wasn't just scared. I was unsettled in a deeper way, like the air itself felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be there anymore. I packed some of my stuff into the truck, ready to leave if anything else happened. I was supposed to stay 2 more nights, but I'd already made up my mind. That evening, as the sun was going down, I saw the man again. He was across the lake, standing in the exact same place as before. But this time, he wasn't just standing still. He was moving, pacing, slowly, back and forth, along the water's edge, from left to right. Then he'd stop and face my direction for a few seconds before pacing again. It wasn't natural. It didn't look like someone thinking or relaxing. It looked intentional, like he wanted me to see him, like it was a message. I watched until it was too dark to see anymore. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I kept the generator running all night so the lights would stay on. I kept the flashlight in one hand and the bear spray in the other. By dawn, I had decided I was leaving. I loaded everything into the truck, slammed the doors, and turned the key. It didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I checked under the hood. I'm not a mechanic, but I know how to check the basics. The battery connection was loose, disconnected completely. Not like it had come off on its own, like someone had pulled it. I reconnected it, tightened the clamps, and got it running. My hands were shaking as I drove down that narrow dirt road, eyes jumping from the side mirrors to the woods and back again. Every shadow looked like movement. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station near the highway. I stayed inside the truck for a long time, just breathing. I felt dirty, cold, and exhausted. I checked my phone for the first time in a week. Dozens of messages, missed calls, but I didn't respond to any of them. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I still don't really know what to say. There's no proof of anything, just footprints, a rock, a man across the lake. I thought I could forget about it. But 2 weeks after I got back home, I got a package in the mail. No return address, no markings. Inside was a small rock, smooth, round, the size of a grapefruit. I moved apartments a few days later. I didn't tell my friends. I didn't tell my family. I haven't been back to the woods since. I don't go camping anymore. I don't rent cabins. I don't even like going near lakes. Every now and then, I'll wake up in the middle of the night, convinced that someone is standing outside my window. I never check. I just lie there, heart pounding, waiting for morning, because I know deep down that whoever was standing across that lake, he wasn't just passing through. And I don't think he was ever planning to leave. I don't usually tell people about what happened in that cabin. Most people wouldn't believe me anyway, and I don't blame them. Even now, years later, it doesn't feel completely real to me. But it happened, every minute of it, and I remember all of it. Too clearly, actually. It's hard to forget when you come that close to not making it out. I had taken a week off work and decided to go out into the mountains alone. I needed the break. Work had been stressful. A constant stream of emails, pressure from my boss, and the sort of endless days that blend together until you forget what you're even doing it all for. I wanted space, quiet, fresh air. No internet, no phones, just me and the woods. I found a small cabin listed on an old rental website, one of those early 2000s looking pages that barely worked. The cabin was in a place called Red Ridge, about 4 hours from where I lived. There were no reviews, just a single photo. The place looked rough but solid. Wood walls, slanted metal roof, set right into a hillside. It looked private. The price was cheap. I booked it for 6 nights. I packed up my car with all the basics. A cooler full of food, a water filter, a flashlight, extra batteries, a gas lantern, a small axe, sleeping bag, a few knives, thick boots, and a heavy jacket. It was early November, just before the real winter began. The days were cool, the nights cold, but there hadn't been any snow yet. The drive out there took longer than I expected. The last hour was on a narrow dirt road full of potholes and scattered rocks. I passed a few signs nailed to trees old and weather-worn. One read, "Private Road, and no trespassing." Another said, "Red Ridge 2 miles." The forest was thick on both sides. Tall pine trees, the kind that barely let sunlight through. The road curved upward the whole time. The higher I climbed, the more I felt cut off from the world. When I finally reached the cabin, it was already late afternoon. The place looked even more remote in person. No other houses, no trails, just trees and silence. The driveway was just a patch of flattened dirt beside the cabin. The place looked like no one had been there in years. Moss covered the lower part of the wooden walls. The roof looked solid enough, but the porch was sagging in one corner. I unloaded my gear and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and dust. The floor creaked with every step. There was a small table, 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, and a narrow cot pushed against the back wall. A shelf beside the cot held a few cans of food that were long expired. There was no electricity, no plumbing, just 4 walls and a roof. It was exactly what I wanted. That first night passed quietly. I made a fire in the stove using some chopped wood stacked outside, ate a sandwich, and read a book until I couldn't keep my eyes open. The wind outside howled through the trees. It was cold, but the fire kept the cabin warm enough. I felt relaxed for the first time in weeks. I slept hard that night. The second day, I hiked around the area. I didn't follow a trail, there weren't any. I just wandered. The forest was thick, but peaceful. I found a small stream and filled my bottles using the filter. I saw signs of animals. Deer tracks, droppings, scratch marks on bark, but nothing dangerous. I spent most of the day walking, getting a feel for the land. By evening, I was back at the cabin, tired and hungry. Another fire, another quiet night. But things started to feel off on the 3rd day. It was small at first. I noticed that the firewood pile looked different, like some of it had been moved. I thought maybe an animal had messed with it. Then I saw something strange near the edge of the trees behind the cabin. A spot where the pine needles had been disturbed, like someone had walked through them recently. I bent down and looked closer. There were boot prints, faint but there. The size looked about the same as mine. I stood up and looked around. Nothing moved. No sound but the wind. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, listening. I thought I heard something outside at one point. A faint thump, like a stick breaking. I turned on my flashlight and looked through the small window, but the glass was too fogged to see much. I didn't go outside. I waited, sitting up in my sleeping bag for an hour, listening. Nothing else happened. The next morning, I went around the cabin looking for signs of animals or people. I saw more footprints near the firewood pile, deeper this time, and more clearly shaped like boots. I checked the trail I had taken on my hike, and I saw another print there too, this one half filled with dirt like it had been made a while back. I don't know why, but I didn't leave. I should have, maybe, but I told myself it could have been an old hunter or someone just passing through. Maybe they were gone now. I still felt mostly safe. There was no sign of a vehicle or camping nearby. No tents, no bikes, nothing. I stayed close to the cabin that day, chopping more firewood and stacking it inside. I made sure the axe was sharp. I started carrying a knife on me all the time, clipped to my belt, just in case. That night, I locked the door with the old metal latch and pushed the table in front of it. I kept the axe beside the cot. Around 2 or 3 a.m., I woke up again. This time, there was no doubt. I heard footsteps outside, slow, heavy, deliberate, crunching across the needles and gravel. Someone was walking around the cabin. I froze. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would shake the walls. I reached for the flashlight, but didn't turn it on. The steps circled around the back of the cabin, then stopped. I waited. I didn't breathe. Then came a soft dragging sound, like something being pulled across the dirt. Then silence. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen. An hour, maybe 2. I never heard the footsteps again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When daylight finally came, I went outside with the axe. My hands were shaking. I looked around the cabin carefully. I found more prints, fresh ones. Someone had walked all the way around the building, pausing at the back. I also found a mark in the dirt that looked like something had been dragged. A long, narrow groove that stretched from the back of the cabin into the woods. I followed it for about 30 feet until it just vanished into the undergrowth. I decided to leave that day. I packed up fast. I put everything back in the car and was about to start the engine when I realized the battery was dead. That didn't make sense. The car had been working fine. I hadn't left the lights on. The dome light didn't even turn on when I opened the door. It was completely dead. I popped the hood and checked the battery. The cables were gone. Not loose, not damaged. Gone. Cut clean and removed. Both of them. That was the moment I truly felt fear. Not just unease, but real fear. Someone had done this. While I slept, someone had walked right up to my car, popped the hood, and cut the cables. They didn't steal anything else, just disabled the car. I was trapped. There was no cell signal out here. The nearest paved road was at least 6 miles back. The sun was still rising. I knew I had to move fast. I packed a backpack with water, food, flashlight, knife, and a light jacket. I left the rest behind. I started walking back down the road I came up, moving fast but quiet. I kept looking behind me. Every sound in the woods made me jump. I walked for about 2 hours. No sign of anyone. No vehicles. No other cabins. Nothing but forest and that narrow dirt road. Then I came around a bend and saw something up ahead. It was a truck, parked off to the side. Old, rusted, faded green paint, flat tires, no license plate. It hadn't moved in years. But it wasn't the truck that made me stop. It was what was hanging from the tree next to it. A deer, gutted, skinned, hanging by its back legs, head down. Its insides spilled into a plastic bin below. But it wasn't fresh. The meat was gray, flies buzzing around it. It had been there for days. And next to the bin was something else. A tarp, folded neatly, with blood on it. I backed away. My whole body was tense. I didn't go near the truck. I left the road and went into the woods, moving parallel to it, deeper between the trees. I didn't want to be seen. I kept walking slower now, more careful. I didn't want to run into whoever had done that. By late afternoon, I figured I was close to the main road. I could hear the faint sounds of cars in the distance, maybe half a mile away. That's when I saw smoke, thin, gray, rising above the trees ahead. A small fire. I crept closer. Slow steps. I moved through the trees until I saw it. A campsite, roughly made. A small fire pit. A tarp stretched over branches like a makeshift shelter. And sitting near the fire with his back to me was a man. He was carving something with a knife. Long, slow movements. I couldn't see what it was. Pack sat beside him. Next to it, I saw something that made my stomach drop. My car's battery cables. I didn't move. I had no real reason to take time off work that month. It wasn't because I was burnt out or anything. I just wanted a break from noise, from screens, from everyone talking around me all the time. I didn't want to check my phone, didn't want to see anyone, didn't want to hear car horns or elevator doors. I was tired of the city in a slow, creeping kind of way, not angry or fed up, just tired. Like when you eat the same food for months. You don't hate it, you just can't take another bite. So I found a place. It was a private cabin about 2 hours north of a small town, up in the edge of a mountain range where the last power lines stopped. I found it through a guy my coworker knew, not through a rental site. That's probably why it was so cheap. A small wood cabin, solar-powered, stocked with a water tank and some propane tanks for heating and cooking. No cell signal, no neighbors for miles. There was a landline in case of emergencies, but the owner said the line was spotty. I packed enough food for 2 weeks, filled the back of my SUV with dry goods, bottled water, instant coffee, a bunch of basic groceries, books, matches, a knife, sleeping bag, and an old toolkit I never used. I left early in the morning and drove until the paved road turned into gravel, then dirt. I followed the directions he gave, the kind you write on paper, not GPS, until I reached the small wooden gate marked with faded yellow paint. Creaked when I opened it, like something out of a forgotten film. There was no one around. The cabin looked even smaller than I expected. Weather-beaten pine boards, a slanted metal roof, one window on the front and another on the side, both covered with shutters. The front door had a warp screen door in front of it and an old handle that stuck when I turned it. Inside, the place smelled like old wood, but it wasn't musty. It smelled clean in a way, empty but not dead. A short hallway led into the main room with a couch, with stove, small table, a narrow kitchenette, and a loft area above with a ladder to a low sleeping platform. Felt like what I needed. Just me, the wind in the trees, and nothing to do for 2 weeks. The first few days passed slow. I read. I walked a little. There were hiking trails nearby, though most of them weren't marked. Just overgrown paths through pine and spruce, with old orange ribbons tied to trees every few hundred feet. I didn't go far. I wasn't there to get lost. I wanted stillness. Each night, the quiet pressed in harder. No cars, no humming streetlights, no airplanes, just wind and forest and the random creaks of the woods settling. I thought it would feel peaceful, but the silence started to get inside my head. Around the 4th night, I noticed something that made me uneasy. I had been sitting on the couch reading with a candle lit because the solar lights were weak and flickery. I heard a short tapping sound on the window, not loud, just one quick tap, then nothing. I froze. I waited, trying to convince myself it was a twig or an acorn falling from the trees. But the trees weren't close to the window, and there was no wind. I sat still for a long time. Nothing else happened. The next morning, I checked outside. I walked around the whole cabin. No footprints, no marks, no animals, just a few pine needles on the windowsill. I figured it had to be something normal, some small sound amplified by the quiet. I pushed it out of my head, but that night I heard it again. Tap, then pause, then another tap. This time I stood up. I grabbed the flashlight and pulled open the front door fast. I didn't yell, didn't say anything. I just stepped out and looked around. My eyes scanned the trees, the shadows between trunks. There was nothing there, no movement, just cold air and silence. I circled the cabin again. No one. That night, I slept downstairs on the couch with the flashlight beside me. I didn't sleep well. The following day, I went deeper into the woods, mostly to clear my head. I followed one of the old paths north for maybe half a mile. The air smelled of pine and old dirt. The trail turned steep, and I stopped to catch my breath. That's when I noticed something odd. Off to the side of the path, maybe 30 feet into the brush, there was a plastic tarp on the ground. Blue, sun-bleached, partially covered in pine needles. I thought maybe someone had camped there once and left it behind. I walked over to check it. When I got closer, I saw it wasn't just a tarp. It was covering something big. I crouched down and peeled one edge of it back. Underneath was a thick pile of bones. Animal bones, I hoped, but they were clean. Not old and brittle, white and picked clean, like they'd been boiled. There were ribs, a long leg bone, what looked like part of a skull. I couldn't tell if it was deer or something else, but it had been arranged into a rough pile. There were no bags or wrappers or gear around it. No signs of hunters or campers. Just the bones, hidden under a tarp, in a quiet part of the forest no one should have had a reason to go. I didn't touch anything else. I stood up and backed away and walked fast the way I came, back to the cabin. That night, I locked the front door and pushed the small kitchen table against it. I didn't want to admit I was scared, but I was not just uneasy, scared. Something about the silence felt wrong now, like it wasn't just natural quiet, like it was waiting. I barely slept. The next morning, I planned to leave early. I packed the food into the SUV and double-checked the gas gauge. I loaded my sleeping bag and filled my thermos. I left the keys in the ignition, but when I turned it, the engine just clicked. Then again, nothing. Dead. I opened the hood and checked the battery, though I didn't know what I was really doing. Everything looked normal. No frayed wires. No signs of chewing or damage. But it was dead. Completely. Like the battery had just drained. I opened the back hatch to grab the jumper cables and try the old trick of tightening the terminals, but the cables were missing. I was sure I packed them. I kept them under the spare tire cover with a bunch of other tools. Now they were gone. I felt my stomach drop. It didn't make sense. No one could have taken them. I hadn't seen a soul since I got here. I hadn't driven the SUV since I parked it. I started pacing in front of the cabin. My skin felt itchy, like I was being watched, though I didn't see anything. I decided to walk to the nearest ranger station marked on the map I'd been given. It was 10 miles down the road, which curved and dropped for most of it. I could make it in a few hours, even faster if I jogged. I filled a pack with some food and water and started walking. About 3 miles in, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. I had only walked the gravel path once, and my boots were larger than these. These prints were small, narrow, deep, recent. They had come from the direction I was headed, then turned into the woods near a curve in the road. I followed them a few feet into the trees. Then I saw the remnants of a fire, fresh ashes, still faintly warm when I held my hand over them. Someone had camped here, recently, but there was no gear, no pack, no tent, no trash. Just ashes and footprints and broken branches leading deeper into the woods. I didn't follow them. I kept walking toward the ranger station, but when I reached the place it was supposed to be, there was nothing. Just a clearing with a collapsed wooden shack and a faded metal sign nailed to a tree. The windows were gone. The roof had fallen in. The station had probably been abandoned for years. No phone, no one there. I stood still for a while, feeling that dry, crawling panic in my chest again. I had no car, no cell signal, no way to call anyone. No one knew exactly where I was. The guy who rented me the place hadn't asked for ID. I hadn't told my coworker the name of the cabin, just that I was going to a place way out past Powell Ridge. I was alone, completely, and someone else was out there. I walked back as fast as I could. The shadows stretched longer as I went, like they were trying to drag me down the road. When I got back to the cabin, I checked the SUV again. Still dead. I opened all the drawers inside the cabin, looking for anything, a flare, a radio, anything. That's when I realized the hunting knife I kept in the drawer was gone. I had left it there the first day. I hadn't touched it since. Now the drawer was empty. That night I didn't light a candle. I didn't want to be seen. I sat in the dark, clutching a hammer from the tool bag and staring at the door. Every noise outside made my breath catch. A branch snapping, wind in the leaves, a faint scuffle on the porch, like a foot brushing wood. But nothing tried the door. I didn't sleep. The next morning, something was nailed to the front of the cabin. A strip of raw meat, hung on a bent nail just above the doorframe. Still wet. No note. No tracks. Just meat, thick, red, and dripping. I nearly threw up. I tore it down and flung it into the woods. I didn't care what kind of meat it was. I didn't want to know. I went inside and pushed the couch and table against the door and stayed in there the whole day. No light, no sound, just breathing and waiting. At dusk, I heard. It was late December when I decided to take a break from everything. I had been working from home for almost a year straight without any time off. My job wasn't that stressful, just repetitive. Spreadsheets, emails, virtual meetings, the same thing day after day. I wasn't unhappy, but I wasn't really living either. It felt like everything was on autopilot. I needed to step away from the noise, from social media, from my apartment, from my routine. I wanted to be somewhere far, quiet, and still, somewhere I could hear myself think. That's why I booked a small off-grid cabin in northern Montana. I found it through a site that listed private rentals for people who wanted total isolation. The cabin was owned by a guy who rarely used it. He had it built on his grandfather's old land and rented it out now and then. There was no electricity except for a small solar setup. No running water, just a pump well outside. A wood stove, a tiny kitchen with propane burners, and an outhouse maybe 30 yards from the back door. No internet, no phone service. Sounded perfect. The cabin was about 2 miles down a snow-covered trail that couldn't be driven on in winter. You had to hike in with snowshoes or cross-country skis. The owner warned me to bring everything I'd need for at least 10 days because once I got there, I wouldn't be getting out unless I hiked again. He said to let a friend know where I was going and when I'd be back. I did. I arrived at the trailhead just before noon. The snow was thick but packed down in places from the wind and animals. I had snowshoes strapped to my boots, and I was carrying a heavy pack with food, clothes, a sleeping bag, and a few essentials. I also had a small sled I pulled behind me with more gear, extra firewood, water jugs, and a big storage bin full of food in sealed containers. I was sweating hard by the time I reached the cabin, even though it was maybe 20 degrees outside. It took me nearly 2 hours to get there. The place looked exactly like the pictures. Small, weathered wooden walls, a steep green roof, a little porch that had been cleared of snow recently. There were a few inches of fresh powder everywhere, but someone had definitely shoveled a path not long ago. I figured maybe the owner had come up recently to check on it. Inside, the cabin smelled like cold wood and ash. The stove had old coals in it, and there was kindling stacked neatly in a crate next to it. I set to work unpacking, starting a fire, and making a hot meal. The silence was thick, like a blanket around the place. No hum of electricity, no distant traffic, just wind through trees and the popping of logs as the fire caught. The first 2 days were exactly what I'd hoped for. I spent most of the time reading, walking short distances through the trees, and cooking slow meals on the stove. I kept the fire going day and night. At night, it got seriously cold, close to zero, and I had to sleep with 2 layers of clothes inside my sleeping bag. I didn't mind. It was part of the experience. I had brought a journal and started writing in it again for the first time in years. I didn't think about work or anything from home. It was just me and the woods. On the 3rd morning, I noticed something that didn't make sense. I had gone out early, just after sunrise, to use the outhouse. The snow was fresh. It had snowed lightly the night before, and I saw my own footprints clearly going back and forth to the small shack. But then, to the side of the cabin, I saw another set of tracks. They weren't mine. They were boot prints, but different. The tread pattern didn't match my own boots, and they came from the tree line behind the cabin, passed by the side of the cabin, and disappeared behind the outhouse into the trees again. I followed them for a short distance, maybe 10 or 15 feet, but they started to fade into the brush and drifts. The snow wasn't deep there, and the prints weren't clear beyond that. I stood for a while staring at the tracks. They hadn't been there the day before. I was sure of that. The snow had been clean when I'd gone to the outhouse the night before, so whoever made them had been here sometime after dark. My first thought was that maybe a hunter or another hiker had gotten lost, but the trail wasn't near anything else. There were no other cabins, no snowmobile routes, no marked trails through this part of the forest. It was isolated on purpose. I spent most of that day trying to shake it off. I told myself it was probably the owner checking on the property. Maybe he came in from a different direction, but that didn't make sense either. Why would he hike in at night in snow just to walk around the place and leave? That night, I couldn't sleep well. Every time the fire popped, I sat up thinking it was footsteps. I kept the lantern nearby and listened for sounds that never came. Nothing happened, but I felt a growing weight of anxiety I hadn't felt before, like I wasn't alone out here. The next day, I tried to focus on routine. I went out farther into the woods, cut more firewood, and stayed moving. But every time I looked over my shoulder, I thought I saw something, a shadow, a shape, something that ducked out of sight. But when I stared long enough, there was nothing. I figured my mind was playing tricks. I kept telling myself it was just isolation and nerves. That night, I made sure to lock the cabin door from the inside. There was a heavy bolt and a simple latch. I even stacked a chair under the doorknob. I kept the hatchet beside the bedroll. Felt paranoid, but I needed to sleep. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up freezing. The fire had burned down lower than I meant to let it. I got up to put more wood in and noticed something strange. The room smelled different, cold, wet, like fresh air. I looked at the door. The latch was still closed, but the bolt was halfway undone. Not all the way, just enough to be clearly moved. The chair had shifted slightly. I stood there in the dim light of the fire, staring at the door, not breathing. I hadn't heard it move, and I was sure I had bolted it all the way. I stared at it for a long time before finally walking over and sliding the bolt fully closed again. I pushed the chair back in place. Then I sat by the fire until it was roaring again and stayed up until dawn. My ears strained for every creak, every gust outside. The next morning, I didn't feel rested. I felt hunted. I stepped out cautiously, hatchet in hand, and walked the perimeter of the cabin. I looked at the snow closely. The wind had blown lightly during the night, but I could still see faint tracks. Someone had come up the backside of the cabin again. The same boot prints. They had circled around to the front, right up to the porch. Then they turned around and left again. I looked at the treeline, scanned it carefully. Nothing moved. I wanted to leave, but I had 6 more days booked, and the way back would be difficult with that much gear. I told myself I'd keep a closer watch. Maybe someone was just curious. Maybe it was harmless. But I didn't believe that. Not really. The next 2 days were the longest I'd ever lived. I barely left the cabin. I triple-checked every window and door. I stopped sleeping properly. I started hearing sounds at night. Creaks outside, snow crunching, even a soft thud once, like a boot hitting the porch. I never saw anything, not once. But I knew someone was there. I could feel it. The way animals know when something dangerous is near. By the 7th day, I was done. I packed everything as fast as I could. I loaded my sled and strapped on my snowshoes. I didn't care about wasting food or the things I had to leave behind. I just wanted out. The air outside was sharp and the sky was a dull gray. I didn't even look back at the cabin. I moved fast through the trees, faster than I thought I could with the sled behind me. But after about 30 minutes of hiking, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. I saw more boot prints in the snow. Ahead of me, the same tread, same size. They were fresh, too fresh. The snow hadn't filled them in at all. Whoever it was had passed this way minutes before. I stopped, looked around, listened. Nothing, not even birds. I changed course. I moved off the trail, took a wide arc through thicker trees. I knew roughly where the trailhead was. I didn't care if I got lost. I just wanted to avoid whoever that was. I made it back to the trailhead an hour later. My legs were shaking. My hands were frozen. I threw everything into the back of my car and got the engine started. I sat there for a long time before driving, trying to stop my heart from pounding. Back home, I tried to explain it to a friend but realized how crazy it sounded. No proof, no faces, no real evidence, just a feeling, some boot prints, a bolt that moved. Maybe someone had been living out there, squatting in an old hunting shack nearby. Maybe it was someone who didn't like visitors. Maybe they had keys. Maybe they were just watching me. Maybe they were waiting to see if I'd leave food. Or maybe they just liked knowing I didn't know they were there. I never went back. I never will. I didn't go out to the cabin for peace or quiet. I went there because I was tired of being around people. My job had burned me out. Working in a small IT firm where I did everything from fixing software issues to dealing with angry clients had drained me to the core. For years, I told myself I'd take a break someday. And when I finally did, I didn't even tell anyone. I just packed a bag, booked a small off-grid cabin through a low-traffic rental site, and left. The cabin wasn't listed on any big travel site. I found it through a forum about minimal living. It was a tiny wooden structure with a tin roof and a wood stove, buried deep in a forest in northern Montana. No cell service, no electricity except from a weak solar panel on the roof, and no running water. Just a water pump outside and a composting toilet inside a small outhouse down a short path. It was exactly what I wanted, complete detachment. The drive out there was long. I started early from Spokane and reached the edge of the forest around noon. The last 10 miles were on a rough dirt road that hadn't been maintained for a while. I had to drive slow, weaving around deep ruts and rocks that scraped the underside of my car more than once. Trees grew thick on both sides of the road, and I saw no houses, no driveways, nothing but green and brown for miles. When I reached the cabin, I parked in a clearing with just enough room to turn the car around. The cabin stood about 20 feet ahead, partially hidden by trees. It looked a bit more worn than it had in the pictures. The wood was gray with age, and the front steps were crooked, but the door lock worked, and the key the owner left in the small lockbox opened it fine. Inside, it smelled faintly of cedar and smoke. There was a cot against one wall, a small table, a couple of chairs, a propane stove, and shelves with canned food, matches, candles, and old books. I didn't see any signs of mice or bugs, which I took as a good sign. The solar-powered light above the door gave off a dull yellow glow when I flipped the switch. Barely enough to see with at night, but better than nothing. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked, boiled some canned soup, and listened to the wind as it moved through the trees outside. It was a deep, slow sound, not like city wind that whips between buildings. I didn't sleep well, not because I was scared or anything, but because my body wasn't used to that level of quiet. No humming appliances, no traffic, no phone buzzing, just silence. My ears kept picking up tiny things. Branches cracking in the woods, a drip of water somewhere outside, something tapping lightly on the roof like a falling pine cone. I slept on and off. The second day, I explored the area around the cabin. There wasn't a trail, but the underbrush wasn't too thick, so I moved slowly between trees, taking mental notes of where I was so I could get back. I walked maybe half a mile in different directions. No structures, no signs of other people, just forest. I liked that. It meant I could fully shut down and reset. No expectations, no interactions. It was later that day, while walking along a shallow, dry creek bed, that I saw something that didn't belong. It was a phone, just lying there face down in the dirt, partly buried under a layer of pine needles and small twigs. I brushed it off and picked it up. It was a black Android phone, one of the older models with the cracked plastic back. The screen was shattered, and the battery felt dead. No power, not even a flicker. Struck me as odd. There weren't any trails nearby, and the terrain here wasn't something you'd just stumble into without trying. It didn't look like the phone had been dropped recently either. Dirt and leaf matter had settled into the cracks. My first thought was that someone must have lost it months ago, but still, finding a phone in the middle of nowhere was weird. I took it back to the cabin and placed it on the table. I didn't really have a plan for it. Maybe if I ever went back into town, I could charge it and try to return it. That night I stayed inside, keeping the fire going and reading one of the old paperback books on the shelf, some forgotten detective novel from the 80s. The third morning I woke to something strange. The phone was in a different spot. I was sure I'd left it on the far right corner of the table, but now it was closer to the edge, turned at an angle like it had slid. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't have pets. I hadn't bumped the table. There was no wind inside the cabin, and the floor was level. It didn't make sense, but I brushed it off. Maybe I had moved it and didn't remember, but that whole day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I left it alone, went outside, did some basic foraging, found some edible berries and watched deer in the distance. I tried not to think about the phone. That night, I went to bed early after making a simple rice meal on the propane stove. The fire in the wood stove burned low. I left the phone where it was, exactly in the center of the table. When I woke the next morning, the phone was on the floor. I sat up in the cot, heart beating faster. It wasn't just slightly moved this time, it was all the way across the room. Face down. I got up, checked the door. It was still locked from the inside. The small windows were shut. I listened for any noise outside, but the forest was still. It made no sense. I started thinking that maybe someone had been in the cabin, but I hadn't heard anything. I checked my backpack. Nothing was missing. The canned food was all there. Everything looked untouched except that phone. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I kept checking the woods through the window. I didn't see anything. No people, no movement. Around mid-afternoon, I decided to take the phone and bury it. I walked about 200 yards from the cabin and dug a hole with a flat rock near an old stump. I placed the phone in, covered it with soil and branches, and marked the spot by breaking a nearby stick and sticking it into the dirt like a flag. That night, I slept with a knife next to my bed, just in case. The next morning, I found the phone back on the table. My mouth went dry. I hadn't even touched the table since yesterday. I checked the floor for dirt or signs of something dragging it in. Nothing. The phone looked exactly the same. Dead screen, cracked face, dirt still in the corners. I didn't know what to do. My first thought was that someone was messing with me. Maybe a hunter or someone who lived deeper in the woods. But I hadn't seen a single other person since I'd arrived. And the way the phone came back, no signs of digging, no footprints outside, no sounds in the night, didn't add up. I decided I had to leave. I packed my bag and put everything back in the car. I turned the ignition. Nothing happened. The engine wouldn't even crank. I tried again and again. Dead. The battery had been fine just days before, but now it didn't even click. I popped the hood and checked what I could. I'm no mechanic, but I saw that one of the cables had been disconnected. Not just slipped off, it had been unscrewed and moved aside. I didn't touch the engine since arriving. Someone else had. I walked around the cabin and the woods, looking for any other signs. Nothing. No prints, no gear, no wrappers or trash. Just my own boot prints from the days before. I reconnected the cable and prayed it would start. Didn't. That night, I brought the axe inside and locked the door tight. I barely slept. Every sound outside felt like footsteps. The phone stayed on the table, untouched. I stared at it for hours. In the morning, I decided to walk out. I estimated the nearest town was about 18 miles away, based on what I saw on the map when I booked the cabin. I had enough food and water to get there if I started early and moved fast. I left a note inside the cabin with the date and time I left, in case someone found it. I didn't take the phone. I left it behind. The walk was long and painful. My legs ached after just an hour. The dirt road stretched on forever, with no shade in some parts. By late afternoon, I was dehydrated and my lips were cracked, but I kept going. Around 6 p.m., a rusty pickup came down the road. I waved it down, and the driver gave me a lift into town. I didn't tell him much, just that my car died and I needed help. He dropped me at a diner and gave me the number of a local tow service. I called them and they said they'd pick the car up the next day. I got a room at a motel nearby and showered for the first time in days. The next morning, the tow guy called and said he couldn't find the cabin. I gave him all the directions I could, but he called again 2 hours later. He told me there was no cabin at the coordinates I gave, just an empty clearing and some old firewood scattered around. He sent me a picture. It was the same clearing, but the cabin was gone. I sat on the motel bed, staring at the photo for a long time. There were my tire tracks. I could see the imprint of where the cabin should have been, but the structure itself was gone. Not torn down, gone. No debris, no foundation, just flattened grass and packed dirt. I drove out there myself later that week with a friend from town who didn't ask many questions. We reached the same place. I recognized the trees, the turn in the road, the old stump near where I buried the phone. There was no sign of anything. No cabin, no outhouse, no pump. I had been needing a break from everything. That was the main reason I ended up at the cabin. I wasn't running from anything serious like the law or some kind of family breakdown. Nothing that dramatic. It was more like I was just tired Tired of screens. Tired of noise. Tired of being around people and pretending I was fine. I was tired of not sleeping well. Tired of always feeling like I was behind on everything in life. The world just felt too full, too loud, and way too fast. The cabin belonged to a distant uncle of mine. He passed away a year earlier, and nobody in the family had bothered doing much with it. It was deep in the forest, about 30 miles from any real town, up in the north. I'd only been there once before when I was a kid, and I didn't remember much except that the inside smelled like pine and dust and that the trees around it were so thick you could barely see the sky. After checking in with one of my cousins, who technically inherited the property, I got the keys mailed to me. I packed up supplies for 2 weeks. Canned food, a few gallons of water, basic tools, a tarp, sleeping bag, hunting knife, flashlight, fire starting kit, and a rifle my grandfather left me. I wasn't planning on hunting, but being alone that far from civilization, I figured I should have some kind of protection, especially since the area was known for black bears and the occasional mountain lion. I drove out there in early October. The leaves had already started to fall. The air was dry and crisp. The drive took a long time, almost 8 hours, with the last hour being a winding dirt road through forest so thick the sun barely made it through. When I finally reached the cabin, the clearing around it looked exactly like I remembered. A weathered log structure with a short stone chimney, a porch with cracked railings, and an outhouse off to the left. It was surrounded by tall pines, their tops shaking in the breeze. There were no other houses or cabins nearby. Nothing. The air smelled different out there, cleaner, almost sharp. It made me realize how stale the city had smelled. Inside, it was mostly how I expected. Dusty, quiet, a bit musty. There was no electricity, but the windows let in a good amount of light during the day. There was a small wood stove, a metal sink with a hand pump for water from a well out back, and an old twin bed pushed into one corner. There were shelves lined with dry goods, rice, beans, canned fruit, soup, even powdered milk, all expired but still sealed. I swept the place, opened windows to air it out, and got the firewood stacked inside. I checked the well pump. It groaned at first but spat out water after a few cranks. I boiled some and drank it. No bad taste. Seemed clean. I spent the first night just sitting on the porch, watching the sky go black and listening to the sounds of the forest. You'd think it would be silent out there, but it's not. You hear rustling, snapping branches, birds, insects, the creak of trees swaying. The first few days went by quietly. I read old books that had been left behind. I walked around the woods with a compass and flagged some trees to mark my path. I cooked simple meals and kept a journal. I started sleeping better, deeper. I felt myself slowing down, like my brain was finally breathing for the first time in years. But something changed around the 5th or 6th day. Started small. I remember finding my boot outside the cabin one morning. I always took my boots off inside, lined them up by the bed. That morning, one was missing. I found it on the porch, half filled with pine needles and dirt, like it had been dragged. I thought maybe I had left it outside the day before and forgot, but I didn't think I had. Then there were marks around the outhouse. Not footprints, more like dragging marks, like something heavy had been pulled through the dirt. I figured maybe it was an animal, maybe even a bear, but the outhouse door had been left open, and there were deep gouges in the wooden frame. Not claw marks, more like something rough and blunt had scraped it. I didn't think much of it at first. Animals do strange things, especially raccoons or porcupines. That night, I was woken up by a sound outside, a low, steady crunch of something moving slowly through the brush. I sat up in the bed, heart racing, and reached for the rifle. I stayed there, listening, waiting for the sound to fade. Didn't. It moved in a wide arc around the cabin, like someone or something was circling, but never getting closer than maybe 20 feet. I never saw anything. It was too dark. When morning came, I found nothing out of place, but I felt different, less safe. I told myself it was probably a deer or a bear, that I was just not used to being alone in the woods, that I was spooking myself. The next day, I went hiking farther than before, maybe 1.5 miles into the woods, marking my trail as I went. The trees were dense, but every now and then you'd find these clearings where the sun hit the ground just right and the moss glowed. It was peaceful, quiet. In one of those clearings, I found something strange. It was a patch of ground that looked like it had been disturbed recently. Not just trampled. It looked dug up. The dirt was darker, softer. There were small roots broken and left hanging. I didn't have a shovel, but I used a stick to poke at the soil. It was loose, fresh. Someone had definitely dug something there, and not long ago. I left it alone and made my way back to the cabin. That night, I kept the rifle by my side and stayed awake longer. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the sound again. Something walking just outside the tree line. I held my breath and aimed the rifle toward the sound. I never fired. I never saw anything, but I didn't sleep until dawn. The next morning, I went back to that disturbed patch of ground. This time, I brought the small hand shovel from the cabin. I started digging. The dirt came up easy. About 2 feet down, I hit something hard. It was metal. I cleared away more dirt and saw it was a metal toolbox, the kind with a latch on the front. Old, rusted, but not so rusted that it had been there for years. I pulled it out, sat back on my heels, and stared at it for a while. I felt like I was about to do something I'd regret. I opened it. Inside, there were 4 things. A hunting knife with dried brown stains on the blade. A folded-up plastic tarp, dirty and stiff. A set of car keys on a keychain shaped like a fish. And a wallet. I opened the wallet. There was no cash, just a driver's license, expired. The man's name was Greg H., and he was from a town 3 hours south. There were credit cards, all old, and a photo of 2 kids and a woman. His family, maybe. There was also a folded-up piece of paper wedged into one pocket. It was a hand-drawn map. The map had the outline of the cabin, the outhouse, and several paths marked in different directions. One was circled and had an X about a mile out. A note next to it said, "Don't forget," buried by the big stump. I stood there for a long time. The sun was starting to dip lower. I walked back to the cabin, toolbox in hand, and locked the door behind me. I didn't eat that night. I sat on the floor with the map spread out in front of me. I stared at the X. I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., I heard movement again. This time, it came closer. I heard the soft sound of something brushing against the wall outside. Then, faintly, a dragging sound. Slow and steady, like something heavy being pulled. I didn't look out the window. I didn't move. I just held the rifle and waited for the sound to go away. By morning, I decided I had to see what was buried at the X. It took me 3 hours to find the stump. It was massive, at least 5 feet wide. Its top jagged and splintered like it had been cut decades ago. The ground nearby had been disturbed, just like the first spot. I dug. About 3 feet down, I found it. Tarp-wrapped shape. Heavy. Thick. My hands started shaking. I already knew what it was. I peeled the tarp back slowly. Inside was a body, decomposed. Bones, bits of clothing, a belt, a boot. A skull with empty sockets. It had been there a while, but not long enough to be ancient. I dropped the shovel and sat down hard in the dirt. Couldn't breathe. This wasn't some buried animal. This was human. My first thought was to leave, just pack up and go. But the second thought hit harder. What if someone knew I found it? What if someone had been watching? What if that thing I kept hearing outside wasn't an animal at all? I buried the body again, covered it as best I could. Then I ran back to the cabin, locked the doors, and sat with my back against the wall, rifle ready. That night, I heard the dragging again. This time, it stopped right at the porch. I heard the boards creak under weight. Then silence. Then a knock. Not loud, just one knock. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock didn't come again. When the sun rose, I opened the door and looked out. There were muddy handprints on the doorframe. I left that morning. I didn't pack everything. I just took what I needed and drove until I saw other people. I didn't go to the police right away. I was scared they wouldn't believe me, that they'd think I killed whoever it was. I held onto the wallet and the map for weeks before I finally mailed them, anonymously, to the sheriff's office. I had been going up to my uncle's old cabin since I was a kid. It was buried deep in the Appalachian Mountains, tucked away in a thick forest about 2 hours from the nearest town. My uncle passed away when I was 23, and since no one else in the family wanted the place, I kept it. For years, I used it as a quiet spot to get away from everything. No cell service, no neighbors, just trees, the lake down the hill, and an old wooden cabin with a tin roof and sagging porch. In early October, I decided to spend a week there. I was tired of city life, tired of noise. I packed my truck with dry food, bottled water, an axe, a shotgun, a backup revolver, some paperbacks, a thermal sleeping bag, and 2 flashlights with extra batteries. I also had a small solar panel I used to charge my phone, just enough to check the weather now and then if I drove halfway down the mountain. I didn't bring it to talk to people. I wasn't there to talk to anyone. The air was already colder than usual when I arrived. Dry leaves crunched under my boots as I stepped onto the porch. The cabin still smelled like cedar and ash. I swept out a few dead spiders and mouse droppings, lit the wood stove, and settled in. The first 2 days were normal. I hiked a bit. I chopped firewood. I read. I kept to a routine. Up with the sun, bed by dark. I kept the shotgun by the door and the revolver under my cot. There were black bears in the area, but they rarely came near the cabin. By the 3rd day, things started to feel wrong. I can't say it was anything clear at first. It was just a feeling in my chest. Tightness, like I was being watched, like something was around, just out of view. I tried to shake it off. I even laughed at myself. I thought, you're just not used to real silence anymore. But by nightfall, the feeling got worse. That night, I heard something in the woods. Not animals moving through leaves, not raccoons digging. This was slower, more deliberate. I stood inside, near the front window, shotgun in hand, watching the treeline. I didn't see anything, but I knew the woods around the cabin, and what I heard wasn't normal. Kept going for a while, maybe 15 minutes, then silence. The next morning, I found footprints around the back of the cabin. At first, I thought they were mine from when I went to chop wood, but they were too big, too wide. Not boot prints either, barefoot. Long toes almost like a hand. The hair on my neck stood up. I stood there for a few minutes, not moving, just staring at the prints. Then I followed them. They circled the cabin, came up close to the back wall, then turned toward the woods. I followed them 30 yards into the trees. Then they stopped, just ended like whoever it was stepped into nothing. I kept scanning the forest, slow, careful. Nothing, not a sound. I went back to the cabin and locked the door, even though I usually didn't. That whole day I stayed close. I didn't hike. I didn't chop wood. I just watched. That night I didn't sleep. Around midnight, I heard the sound again. This time it was footsteps, slow, crunching leaves, moving around the porch. Then something brushed against the window. I didn't look. I just lay in the dark, holding the revolver, listening. My breathing was loud in the quiet. I felt my own heartbeat in my fingers. I don't know how long it stayed out there. Maybe hours. It didn't knock, didn't speak, just paced. Once or twice it stopped right next to the wall, and I swear I could hear it breathing. Deep, steady through the thin wooden wall. In the morning, I went outside with the shotgun. There were more footprints. Same shape. They started from the ridge line up behind the cabin and came down, circled the porch, then went back up into the woods. This time, I followed them farther. I don't know why. I just had to know. They went up into the ridge through thick brush where I never usually went. After 20 minutes of climbing, I came to a clearing I had never seen. It was small, maybe 30 feet across. Dead leaves covered most of it. In the center was a pile of rocks, tall, about waist high, stacked without any pattern. Like someone had tried to build a cairn but gave up halfway. I walked around it once, careful. There were broken sticks nearby, like someone had been sitting there. And something else, a small fire pit. Cold ashes. Old. Weeks or months maybe, but someone had stayed there. Maybe still was. I went back to the cabin faster than I climbed. That afternoon, I started hearing small sounds. Not in the woods, in the walls. Tapping, scratching. I thought maybe mice. Then I heard it under the floorboards. like crawling, slow dragging. That night, I nailed the windows shut. I didn't sleep. At one point, I heard the front steps creak. Then a single knock. Just one. Then silence. No footsteps. No retreat. Just one knock and nothing. I stayed in bed till sunrise, revolver still in my hand, every muscle tense. In the morning, I found something on the porch, a dead bird, not torn or eaten, just placed neatly, facing the door. That was the last straw. I packed up. I didn't care if I still had food or firewood left. I didn't care if I didn't get my full week of peace. Something was wrong here, something real. Human or not, I didn't want to find out. But when I turned the key in the truck's ignition, nothing happened. Not a click. Battery was fine 2 days ago. I opened the hood. Everything looked normal. No chewed wires. Nothing loose. I tried again. Nothing. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, staring out at the trees, heart racing. I decided to hike out. It was about 11 miles down to where I sometimes got signal. Maybe 15 to the closest old gas station on the highway. I packed light, just my pistol, water, protein bars, and a map. I locked the cabin and left the shotgun behind. I didn't want to carry the extra weight uphill. The first 3 miles were quiet. Then I started hearing footsteps behind me. At first, I thought it was just the echo of my own steps, but they didn't line up. When I stopped, they kept going, then stopped. I didn't look back. I walked faster. The woods felt tighter, trees leaning in. The path seemed thinner, though I knew it wasn't. I kept checking the map. My legs burned, but I didn't stop. At mile 5, I heard a voice. It wasn't words, just a low hum, long and steady, not from behind me, from ahead. I crouched in the brush, heart pounding. I waited. The humming stopped. I stayed still. Nothing moved. I kept walking. I didn't hear it again. By the time I reached the edge of the trees where I sometimes got 1 bar of signal, the sun was setting. I turned my phone on. No signal, not even emergency bars. I climbed the small slope where I usually had luck. Still nothing. I thought about setting camp there and waiting till morning, but I didn't feel safe out there. Not anymore. I decided to push through, hike the last 4 or 5 miles in the dark. I used my flashlight sparingly, only when the trail turned or the brush got thick. Twice, I heard something crashing through the trees behind me. Not a deer, not fast enough, not scared enough. I walked faster. When I reached the old highway, my knees almost buckled. It was empty, no cars, no lights, just cracked asphalt and weeds. But I knew the old gas station was 2 miles east. I started walking, staying on the edge of the road, gun drawn now, not caring if it looked crazy. When I reached it, it was dark, closed, but I knocked anyway. An old man opened the door. I didn't say anything, couldn't. I just looked at him, dirt on my face, scratches on my arms, holding a pistol and shaking. He let me inside. I called for a tow truck, said my truck died near the ridge. He looked at me and said nothing, just nodded. The next day, the tow guy took me back up. The cabin door was open, not broken, just standing open. My shotgun was gone, so were the nails in the windows, but nothing else had been touched. Not the books, not the bed, not the food, just the door open and the shotgun missing. The truck started fine. First try. I drove back to the city and never went back. Weeks later, I got a call from a forest ranger. He'd been checking abandoned trails and came across that same clearing I found. Said he found bones under that pile of rocks. Human, not recent, maybe 10, 15 years old. He asked if I knew anything about the area. I said no. I changed my number after that. I still don't know what was out there. Person? A drifter? Some mountain man who never left? Or maybe someone hiding from something else? All I know is it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a ghost. It was real. I heard it breathe. I saw the prints. I saw where it lived. And it knew I was there. That's why I never went back. I left the cabin alone. I never told anyone where it was. And sometimes, late at night, I think about that single knock. And the dead bird. And the shotgun had been working from home for a year straight, barely leaving my apartment. It wasn't that I hated being indoors, but I felt like everything around me was closing in. The walls, the noise from the city, the routine. Every single day felt exactly the same. I'd wake up late, open my laptop, do my work while half listening to podcasts or YouTube videos, and then order something to eat. I rarely even cooked. I hadn't talked to anyone face-to-face in months besides the delivery drivers, and even that was just handing them a phone screen and nodding. I knew I needed a break, but not just a small one. I didn't want a weekend away or a hotel stay. I wanted to be somewhere totally alone. No phone, no internet, no people. Somewhere quiet enough that I could hear my own thoughts again. So I rented a cabin. It was way up north in the woods, almost a 4-hour drive from where I lived. It was listed as a minimalist off-grid escape. It didn't have Wi-Fi, no cell reception, no TV, no appliances except a stove and a wood heater. It ran on a small solar panel system for light and had a well for water. The pictures looked peaceful. It sat near a big stretch of forest that ran downhill into a valley, with a tiny creek passing through. The place was surrounded by trees and had a rough trail connecting it to the main road, which was about a half-mile away. That meant I had to park there and hike the rest of the way in. I went in early October. I picked that time on purpose, right before it would start to get too cold, but after most of the summer tourists were gone. That way I figured I'd be truly alone out there. I packed light, just a backpack with clothes, a sleeping bag, some dried food, a small gas stove just in case, and a few paperbacks I never got around to reading. I brought a knife, a flashlight, batteries, and an emergency radio. That was it. I left my phone in my glove compartment when I parked. The trail was quiet. The ground had dried pine needles and small pebbles, and the wind rustled gently through the tall trees. It felt like the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I had always told myself I liked solitude, but that walk in with nothing but my own footsteps made me realize just how much noise I was used to. When I reached the cabin, it was just as described. One small room with a bed frame, a table, a chair, and a little counter near the stove. There was a loft up top that could fit another mattress if needed, but it was just me. It smelled like wood and dust, and the air was dry inside. I opened the small windows to let it breathe and started unpacking. The first day was peaceful. I made tea, sat outside on the step, watched the sun move through the trees, and just sat. No buzzing, no notifications, no neighbors yelling. That night I fell asleep early, and even though the bed was hard and the blanket thin, I slept deeper than I had in months. The second day, I hiked a bit farther into the woods. I followed the creek for a while, taking note of certain rocks and branches so I wouldn't lose track of the path. I saw deer tracks, and once I saw a fox darting through the underbrush. I didn't see a single person. When I came back that afternoon, I noticed something strange. There were fresh footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. Not mine. Mine were wide and heavy, from my boots. These were narrow and deeper at the heel, as if made by someone walking slowly and carefully. They were fresh. The wind hadn't brushed them away yet, and they hadn't filled in. They circled the cabin. I stood there for a few seconds, staring at them. I looked into the trees but saw nothing. I told myself it could have been a ranger or a hunter passing through. Maybe they saw the cabin and got curious. That wasn't impossible. Still, the prints circled the whole cabin once, like someone walked around it carefully. Then they went off into the woods in the opposite direction from where I had gone. I waited outside for a while before going in. The door was still locked. Nothing had been moved inside. Everything was the way I left it, but I kept thinking about those prints. That night I couldn't sleep as well. Every time a branch snapped or the wind moved a tree the wrong way, I jolted awake. The cabin creaked. The stove made tiny ticking sounds as it cooled. I lay there with the flashlight in my hand under the blanket. The next day I stayed close. I didn't go hiking. I sat by the creek with my book, but I barely read. I kept glancing up at the tree line, listening for footsteps. I checked around the cabin every hour, looking for more prints. Nothing. It was just me. I started to feel like I was imagining it. Maybe the prints were older than I thought. Maybe they were mine, and I just didn't recognize them. Maybe the wind had played tricks on me. It happens in the woods, I thought. But on the fourth day, something else happened. I had left a small pile of kindling beside the steps. I remembered stacking it neatly after gathering it earlier in the week. But when I stepped outside that morning, the pile was gone. Not scattered, not blown away, gone. Nothing but a few pine needles where it had been. I walked around the cabin again. The ground was harder now, so there weren't any clear prints, but I felt like someone had been close. I started leaving small markers, sticks lined up in certain patterns, rocks balanced in weird shapes. Just little things only I would notice. Later that day, I went to gather more wood. As I was moving through a patch of trees, maybe 50 yards from the cabin, I saw something that stopped me cold. There was a man, far away, standing still behind a tree, mostly hidden by it. Only his shoulder and part of his head were visible. He wasn't moving. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. I stared for what felt like 5 minutes. He didn't turn, didn't walk away, didn't flinch, just stayed like that. I slowly backed away until I got to the edge of the cabin's clearing. Then I turned and rushed inside, locking the door behind me. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by the window with the flashlight turned off. Every time the wind moved the trees, I jumped. I thought I saw shadows, shapes between trunks, but I couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't. I didn't go outside until noon the next day. He was gone, or maybe he'd never been there. But when I went back to the spot I had seen him, I found something hanging from a branch about 5 feet off the ground. It was a strip of cloth, black, torn from a jacket or pants maybe. It was tied to the branch in a simple knot, like a marker, like a trail sign. I didn't touch it. I walked a wide circle back to the cabin, then I packed my bag. I didn't plan to stay another night. I didn't care about the money I'd paid or the week I said I'd spend. I knew something was wrong out there. When I opened the door to leave, I found another sign. Right in front of the steps, someone had scratched something into the dirt. It was a symbol, just a simple circle with a line through it. I don't know what it meant, or if it meant anything, but it hadn't been there before. I left. I walked fast through the trail. I checked over my shoulder every 10 minutes. I didn't stop for water. I didn't stop for anything. When I got to my car, I opened the door and threw my bag in. As I started the engine, I saw something in the rearview mirror. Far back in the trees, maybe 100 feet behind me, a man stood, still, just like before. Same shape, same size, no movement, just watching. I didn't wait. I drove. I didn't stop until I got to the nearest town with signal. I pulled into a gas station, sat in the lot, and just breathed. I didn't even get out of the car. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't report anything. What would I even say? A man stood in the woods and didn't move? A pile of sticks went missing? Someone scratched a shape into dirt? It didn't matter. I just knew I was never going back there. Even now, months later, I still think about him. The way he stood so still, the silence of the woods around him, the way he never moved, never said anything, just stayed there, watching. I don't go hiking anymore. I barely leave the city. At night, I double-check the locks. Sometimes I wake up thinking I heard footsteps outside. Even when I'm 6 floors up, I always look out the window, always check the corner of the alley behind the building. I haven't seen him again, but sometimes, when I'm walking alone, I look at the trees ahead of me, and I wonder if he's there, just behind one of them, waiting. I didn't go up there looking for trouble. All I wanted was a break. Life in the city had been eating me alive. Day after day of noise, traffic, fake people, and everything feeling rushed and empty. I was tired, not just physically, but mentally. I had enough savings to take a long break, so I decided to get away from everything. I found a small cabin listed on an old website, deep in the northern woods of Montana. The photos made it look simple. Wooden structure, small front porch, single bedroom, fireplace, and old gas stove. It wasn't luxurious. That's what I wanted. Peace. No neighbors, no cars, no sounds but wind and birds. The man who rented it to me met me at a gas station in a town 2 hours south of the place. He was quiet, rough-looking, about 60. He gave me a paper map with directions marked by hand. I didn't think much of it at the time. He said there wasn't any cell service or GPS that far up. I followed his truck part of the way before he waved at a fork and pointed me onward. After that, I was on my own. The road was narrow and unpaved, just gravel and dirt twisting through thick forest. Trees on both sides. Some places felt like tunnels, the branches so close they touched above me. My old SUV rattled the whole way. I kept watching the map, counting the curves and landmarks. There were a few odd things. A rusted tractor half buried in mud. A smashed camper that looked like it had been there for decades. Even a deer skull nailed to a tree. But I chalked it all up to backwoods culture and ignored it. After almost 45 minutes of crawling down that dirt trail, I finally saw the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. The roof sagged slightly on one side, and the wood was gray and weathered. But it was standing. I parked beside it and stepped out. There was nothing around. No power lines, no fences, no tire tracks besides mine. Just pine trees, moss, and silence. The kind of silence that pushes down on you. You don't realize how loud the world normally is until you're somewhere like that. I unloaded my stuff, just basic things. A cooler of food, a backpack, sleeping bag, some books, flashlight, knife, matches, and a few tools. The cabin had no electricity, but there was a small gas-powered lamp, an old hand pump for water, and a fireplace. The windows were small and cloudy. No curtains. The front door didn't lock well, just a metal latch from the inside. I didn't care. There was no one around. I was finally alone. The first night was peaceful. I started a fire, cooked a can of beans over the stove, and sat on the floor reading an old novel. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, and I heard some owls now and then. It was cold, but the fire helped. I wrapped myself in the sleeping bag and fell asleep fast. The kind of deep sleep you only get after feeling completely drained. The next morning, I walked around the area. I followed a trail behind the cabin that led to a small, frozen pond about 10 minutes away. On the way there, I saw animal tracks in the snow. Probably deer or elk, maybe foxes. It felt like I was stepping into a world untouched by people. That was the whole point of being there, to get away from people. For a few days, it was perfect. I chopped some wood, read, cooked simple meals, and went on long walks. I tried to track animals just for fun. I found old tree stumps with claw marks and once heard a pack of coyotes howling at night, way off in the distance. It felt like the world had shrunk down to me. The cabin, the woods, and the sky. Nothing else. But then things started to feel off. Started small. The second week, I woke up one morning and saw boot prints outside the cabin. Not mine. Mine were heavy, deep, and wide apart. I knew how I walked. These were different. Smaller, closer together, and more careful. They led up to the front of the cabin and then disappeared off into the trees. I stared at them for a long time, heart beating hard. Maybe they were old, I told myself. Maybe a hunter came by before me. But the snow had fallen just the night before. These prints were fresh, very fresh. I told myself it was probably nothing. A local maybe passing by. Still, it bothered me enough that I started keeping my hatchet closer at night. I slept lighter, woke up a few times just listening. The next strange thing happened 3 days later. I had gone down to the pond, same as usual. I took a different path back through thicker woods. It was quiet, snow crunching under my boots. But when I got back to the cabin, I noticed something immediately. The door latch was bent. Not broken, just slightly bent. Like someone had pushed hard on the door from the outside while it was locked. I hadn't told anyone I was there. I hadn't heard a car or anything. Whoever it was, they came on foot. I checked inside. Nothing seemed missing, but I noticed one thing I couldn't explain. The knife I kept on the windowsill had been moved. Just a few inches, but it wasn't where I left it. I was sure of that. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked all the windows, corners, even the attic space above the bedroom ceiling. No one was there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things, soft cracking in the woods, light taps on the wall like snow sliding down. But the snow wasn't heavy, and some of those taps came when it wasn't even windy. I got up twice and stood by the window in the dark, staring out, but I couldn't see anything, just black trees and shadows. I lasted another 4 days before the next big thing happened. I had made up my mind that if anything else felt off, I would leave early. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but it was getting under my skin. I didn't feel safe anymore. That day, I went to collect firewood farther down the trail. When I came back about an hour later, I noticed something on the side of the cabin. Scratched into the wood with something sharp, probably a knife, were 3 letters. Not initials, just run. All caps, not deep, but fresh. I stood there staring at it. No footprints, no signs of anyone, just those 3 letters. I felt my whole body go cold. I looked around the trees but saw nothing. No birds, no wind, dead still. I went inside and locked the door, even though the latch barely held. I sat there the rest of the day just listening. I didn't eat, I didn't read. I just watched the woods from the window. That night it happened. I had been lying there, fully clothed, hatchet beside me. I had piled wood into the fireplace to stay warm, but I left the lamp off. I wanted it dark inside so I could see out. Around midnight, I heard crunching, slow, careful footsteps moving outside. Not an animal. Too heavy, too deliberate. I didn't move. I stayed under the sleeping bag, staring at the front window. The moon was bright enough that I could see a little outside. Then I saw the shape. Person, standing just past the trees, not moving, just watching, not holding a light, just standing there. I felt frozen, couldn't even breathe. After a few minutes, the shape moved. Slowly, it walked around the side of the cabin. I heard it then, a soft scraping on the back window. Then the other side. They were circling, testing the walls, maybe looking for a weak spot. I grabbed my flashlight but didn't turn it on. I sat up and crept across the room. I had a plan. If they tried to come in, I would shine the light in their face and rush them with the hatchet. I wasn't going down easy, but nothing happened. After half an hour, it was quiet again. I stayed up all night, back against the wall, watching the door. By morning, they were gone. I stepped outside slowly, weapon in hand. I saw prints again, boot tracks, circling the whole cabin, pausing at every window. Then they vanished into the trees. I didn't follow them. I went inside, packed my stuff in 10 minutes, and left. I didn't eat. I didn't even clean up. I just locked the door, tossed the keys under the porch, and got in the SUV. I drove fast, bumping and rattling down that dirt road, checking the mirror every few seconds. I didn't stop until I hit the gas station where I met the owner weeks ago. He wasn't there. I didn't care. I filled the tank, left some cash on the counter, and kept driving. I haven't told many people what happened. They'd just say it was a hiker or maybe I imagined it. But I didn't. I know what I saw. I know someone was out there watching me. I don't know what they wanted, but it wasn't good. I never went back to that cabin. I never will. And I never go anywhere remote without backup now, no matter how peaceful it looks in the pictures. That place wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was haunted by someone real, and that's a whole lot worse. I don't think I've told anyone this story in full before, not because I've been keeping it a secret, but because I didn't want to relive it. Sometimes when you keep things buried in your mind, you can almost trick yourself into thinking they didn't happen. That's what I tried to do for a while after that week alone at the cabin. But the thing is, it did happen, and no matter how hard I try to forget it, the details come back, especially when it gets quiet at night. That's when I remember everything the clearest. It started with a plan that seemed harmless. I'd been working from home for almost 3 years at that point, stuck in a cycle of waking up, staring at screens, and falling asleep without ever leaving the apartment. I wanted to disconnect for a bit. No phone, no computer, no people. Just a week somewhere remote. I searched around and found a small off-grid cabin listed by a guy who didn't even want a security deposit. It was about 2 hours from the nearest town, tucked in the mountains of northern Idaho, surrounded by national forest. It looked perfect. Quiet, surrounded by trees, no Wi-Fi, no neighbors. That's exactly what I thought I needed. I booked the cabin for 7 days. The guy who listed it emailed me some directions, actual written directions, not a GPS pin, because apparently the cell reception stopped about 30 minutes from the place. He said to make sure I had enough food and water because the nearest store was a long drive down winding forest roads. I packed everything in 2 coolers, canned soup, instant coffee, trail mix, jerky, a small propane stove, and a 5-gallon jug of water. I even brought a little solar-powered battery so I could charge a flashlight or a book light. I got there around 3 p.m. on a Tuesday. The drive took longer than expected because some of the roads weren't really roads, more like narrow dirt paths barely wide enough for a car. I kept thinking I'd taken a wrong turn, but then I saw the sign the owner had mentioned in the directions. A wooden plank nailed to a tree that said Sun Trap Ridge, with a little red arrow pointing right. After that, it was another half-mile through the woods before I saw the cabin. It was smaller than the photos made it look. Just one room with a porch, a wood stove, and a tiny back shed. No plumbing, just an outhouse maybe 30 yards away. The wood was weathered gray, and some of the boards looked a little warped, but it seemed sturdy. No signs of people, no trash, no tire marks, just trees and silence. It was actually kind of beautiful. I brought everything inside and set it up. There was a cot with a thin mattress, a table made of old pine, and some shelves with leftover supplies. Matches, candles, an oil lantern, and a rusty hatchet. The stove was already stocked with wood. I didn't need to chop anything the first night, which was good because I was tired. That first night was peaceful. I cooked soup, read a book by lantern light, and fell asleep around 9 p.m. with the sound of wind in the trees. No phone buzzing, no street sounds. Felt like a reset. The second day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was thick, with tall pines and narrow deer trails running between them. I didn't go too far since I didn't have a map, but I walked in slow loops and kept the cabin in view. I saw deer tracks, heard some birds, and even found a small creek about 10 minutes downhill. I sat there for an hour, just watching the water move over the rocks. Felt like my head was finally starting to clear. That night, something changed. It was about 2 a.m. when I woke up to a noise. Not a loud one, just a soft crack like a stick snapping. I sat up, still half asleep, and listened. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer moving through the woods. But then I heard another noise, closer to the porch. It was faint but steady. Asterisk crunch, crunch, crunch. Asterisk footsteps in dry leaves. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped. Then there was silence again, thick and total. I stayed like that for maybe 10 minutes, staring at the cabin door. Nothing happened. No knocks. No more sounds. Eventually I laid back down, but I didn't fall asleep for a long time. In the morning, I went outside to check. I didn't see anything unusual, no prints, no sign that someone had been there. I told myself it was probably a deer. Maybe it had wandered close to the porch and then walked away. I didn't like how nervous I felt, so I kept busy. I chopped wood for the stove, organized my supplies, and filled some bottles from the creek. But even in daylight, I felt watched. It's hard to explain. The woods were quiet, but too quiet. No birds, no wind, no rustling branches. Just stillness. That night, I locked the cabin door with the bolt and moved the cooler in front of it for good measure. I kept the lantern on low beside the bed and didn't sleep much. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. Same pace. Slow, deliberate. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They circled the cabin this time. I heard them pass by the side window, then toward the back wall. Then they stopped. I stayed frozen in bed, clutching the flashlight. I didn't shine it toward the window because I didn't want whoever or whatever it was to know I was awake. I just laid there, heart pounding, for what felt like an hour. At some point, the steps moved away again. I never heard them return. In the morning, I checked again. This time, I found something. Behind the cabin, in the soft dirt near the outhouse, there were boot prints. Not big ones, maybe size 10. Normal, but definitely boots. Not hooves, not paws. They came from the woods and ended about 10 feet from the back wall. Then they turned around and walked away. That was when I started to feel real fear. Someone was coming to the cabin at night. Someone with boots. But why? There were no other cabins nearby. No trails. This place wasn't even on a map. The guy who rented it to me said the nearest neighbor was miles away. I stayed inside most of that day thinking. I didn't have a gun, just a hatchet. I thought about leaving, but I'd have to drive down twisting dirt roads with no cell signal, and I wasn't sure I could do it in the dark. I decided to stay one more night and leave in the morning. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in a chair near the window with the lantern out and the flashlight in my lap. Around 1 a.m., the footsteps came again. This time, they stopped directly on the porch. I heard the wood creak. Then I heard the doorknob jiggle. Soft, slow, almost polite, like they were testing it. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just sat there in the dark, eyes locked on the door. After a few seconds, the handle stopped moving. Then silence. Then the sound of boots stepping down off the porch, back into the leaves. That was it. I was done. At first light, I packed everything and shoved it into the car. I didn't bother with breakfast. I didn't even put the cooler in the trunk. I just threw it into the back seat. I got in the car, turned the key, and started backing down the dirt road. I didn't see the guy until I was almost 2 miles away. He was standing at the edge of the road, just where the trees got thick again. He didn't have a backpack or camping gear, just a dark green jacket and brown boots. He wasn't waving, wasn't hitchhiking, just standing there, facing my car as I came around the curve. My heart jumped, but I didn't stop. I kept driving, eyes locked on him as I passed. He didn't step into the road, didn't follow, just turned his head slowly to watch me go. Took me almost 5 hours to get back to town. I didn't stop once. I went straight to a diner and sat there with a cup of coffee, hands still shaking. I told myself maybe it was some local guy out for a walk, maybe someone who lived off-grid nearby. But that didn't explain why he came at night, why he tried the door, why he circled the cabin without saying anything. I emailed the cabin owner that afternoon and told him I was leaving early. I didn't go into detail, just said I had a family emergency. He never asked questions, never followed up. About a week later, I looked up the cabin listing again. It was gone. The whole site had been taken down. That's when I decided to report what happened. I called the county sheriff's office and told them everything. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I never heard anything back. Sometimes I wonder if the guy was just some drifter, someone who found an empty cabin and liked creeping people out. Or maybe he was waiting for a time when someone didn't lock the door. I try not to think about that part, but I still have dreams where I hear those footsteps. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Slow and steady, always getting closer, always stopping just before they reach the door. And when I wake up, I don't move. I just listen, just in case. I never liked being around people much. I guess that's why I started going up to that cabin every few months, just to get away from everything. It was an old place my uncle left behind before he passed. No one else in the family cared about it. It wasn't big or pretty. It was small, square, one room with a little bathroom built off the back. With stove in the corner, old rocking chair, no insulation worth anything. In the winter it got cold as hell, but in summer it was fine. That's when I liked going the most. It sat about 40 minutes from the nearest gas station, and you had to drive 10 miles of dirt road just to get there. That trip in July started like any other. I packed up 2 big coolers, one for meat, eggs, some frozen soup, and the other for water and drinks. I brought a couple bags of dry stuff, trail mix, cereal, cans of beans. I brought my little butane stove, even though the wood stove worked fine, just to keep it simple. I brought my axe, my knife, my first aid kit, a good flashlight with backup batteries, my sleeping bag, my little camp mat, and some extra clothes. I had a small crank radio for weather, and I didn't even bother with my phone anymore. There was no signal out there anyway. It was supposed to be 5 days. Just me, the woods, maybe some trout fishing down by the stream a mile out. Just a quiet time. I always found that the quiet helped reset my brain. The city wore me down. I didn't even live in a busy part of town, but everything still felt loud. The neighbors yelling at each other, the traffic at night, the lights in the hallway of my apartment building. It just got under my skin. The drive went fine. I got there in the early afternoon, unloaded everything and set up the cabin. I aired it out first by opening the windows. The place always smelled like mouse shit and old wood when it sat empty too long. I checked the corners for any signs of squirrels or raccoons. Nothing this time. That was good. Last fall, a family of raccoons had gotten into the roof and chewed through the ceiling in the back closet. I'd fixed that with plywood and wire mesh. Once things were in place, I sat outside for a bit, just watching the trees. There was a clearing in front of the cabin, maybe 30 yards wide, and then it sloped down into the thick forest. Tall pines, birch, some firs here and there. The trees out there were old, and the forest floor was quiet. I always liked that, the muffled feeling of the woods, like the world stopped caring about noise. The first night was normal. I cooked some beans on the stove, ate outside on the stump I always used as a seat, then cleaned up and went inside. I locked the door, more out of habit than worry. No one came out here, not even hunters in the off-season. I read a little by flashlight and went to bed early. I remember hearing a few owls. That was it. The second day, I went down to the stream. It was maybe a mile hike. I had an old trail I kept open myself, trimming it every year. I brought my small rod and some line. Sat out there on a rock for a few hours and caught nothing. That was fine. I just liked the sound of the water. Came back to the cabin around 3, cooked something simple, and sat on the porch watching the sun go down. That night is when something changed. I was almost asleep when I heard something outside. At first I thought it was a deer. You get used to the sound of animals out there. They move different from people. Slower, cautious. They stop and start. This didn't sound like that. It sounded heavy. Not running or stomping, but just walking. I froze in my sleeping bag. I was wide awake now. The steps were slow and deliberate, like someone trying not to be heard. They came from the left side of the cabin, behind the bathroom wall, then stopped just beneath the window. The curtains were shut. I didn't move. I just lay there and listened, barely breathing. I didn't have a gun, just my axe. That was 5 feet away, leaning against the stove. I didn't dare move to get it. There was a long silence. Then the sound of something brushing against the wall. Just once, like a hand or a body. Then nothing. I waited an hour, maybe more, just listening. I heard nothing after that. No retreating steps. No sound of anything moving away. Just the wind in the trees. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I got up early, went outside. The ground was soft from recent rain, so I looked for tracks. Nothing. Maybe a few deer prints, but those were older. No boot prints. No human signs. But I knew what I'd heard, and it wasn't a deer. I told myself it might have been a bear, maybe even a moose, but they didn't move like that, not slow like that, and nothing that big could move without leaving prints. The ground was too soft. I spent the day in the clearing, chopping some fallen branches, stacking wood, keeping busy. I kept checking the tree line. I didn't feel alone, not like before. I felt watched. That night, I built a fire outside and sat with my axe next to me. I stayed out until after midnight, just watching the woods. Nothing happened. No steps, no sounds, not even an owl. I went in, locked the door, and lay in my bag with the axe beside me. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was a scratching sound, light, careful, on the far wall near the bathroom. Same place as before. It sounded like nails or claws, dragging slowly across the outside boards. I didn't move. I just stared up at the dark ceiling. It stopped after maybe 10 seconds. Then I heard a faint thump, like something heavy had leaned against the wall and pushed off. Silence. I didn't sleep after that. In the morning, I checked again. Walked around the cabin. No scratches. No tracks. Nothing. But something had been there. I could feel it. The 4th day was worse. I didn't leave the cabin. I just stayed inside, sitting in the chair with the axe in my lap, listening, watching the windows. The feeling of being watched had grown stronger. Every time I stood near a window, I felt like something out there was just beyond the trees, standing still, staring. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept a small lamp on and sat upright with my back against the wall. I must have dozed off around 4, and I woke up to something tapping on the window. Not knocking, tapping, like a finger. 3 taps. Slow, precise, then nothing. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I waited for an hour. The sun started to rise. When it was light enough, I opened the door and stepped outside, and I saw them. Footprints. Not boots, not bare feet, but something else. They were human-shaped. 5 toes, a heel, but too long. The average human foot is maybe 10 inches. These were 15, and wide, way too wide. They led from the edge of the clearing to the window, then back. Only one set. I followed them to the tree line, but they vanished into the moss and undergrowth. I didn't go further. I knew then I wasn't dealing with an animal, and not a person either. At least not a normal person. I packed my things, quickly, tossed everything into the truck, slammed the cooler shut, didn't care what spilled. I didn't clean up, didn't fold the sleeping bag. I just left. I drove as fast as I could down the dirt road. Every bump sent the gear in the back crashing around, but I didn't slow down. When I reached the gas station near the highway, I didn't stop. I just kept driving. It's been over a year now. I haven't gone back. Sometimes I think about calling someone, maybe the Rangers, maybe the state police, but what would I say? That something was tapping on my window with 15-inch feet? No one would believe it. I wouldn't have either. I moved apartments. I live in a much louder part of the city now. I sleep with earplugs in and the TV on. I never thought I'd miss traffic noise, but I do. It's better than silence. And here's the part that keeps me up some nights. About a month ago, I got a letter. No return address, no postmark, just a plain envelope in my mailbox. Inside was a photo, a picture of the cabin, taken from the woods, from the exact spot I always used to sit and watch the clearing. And in the window, my window, there was a shape. Tall, thin, bare skin, no clothes, looking out, looking in. I threw the picture away, but that shape, it wasn't me, and I never went back. I rented a cabin deep in the northern woods of Minnesota, right along the edge of a small lake that had no name on any online maps. I found it through a private website run by a retired man who used to own a few properties up there. The listing had only a few grainy pictures and a short paragraph. It wasn't on Airbnb or any of the big rental sites. It wasn't even advertised much. But the price was low, the location was remote, and that's what I wanted. I had been burned out for months. I was working remotely as a data analyst for a tech company. The stress built up during the winter, and by June, I knew I needed to be alone somewhere far away. No meetings, no emails, no calls. Just trees, water, quiet. I had no plans other than to stay alone in that small cabin for 2 weeks and do nothing but walk, read, and maybe fish. No social media, no news, just me and the woods. I drove up from the city in early July, packed with dry food, some fishing gear, a few books, and a cheap handgun I had bought 2 years earlier. I never shot it before, but I figured it might be smart to have in the wild in case of bears or coyotes. I had a license for it. I kept it in a locked case in the back of my SUV and didn't even think about it much. It was more for peace of mind than anything. It took me almost 6 hours to reach the cabin from Minneapolis. The last 30 miles were all gravel roads, full of potholes and thick trees on both sides. I passed only a few hunting shacks and an old gas station where I filled up just to be safe. There was no cell service after a certain point. I had downloaded offline maps ahead of time, which helped a bit, but by the last 5 miles, I was driving on a dirt path with grass growing in the center, barely wide enough for my vehicle. I kept thinking I had taken a wrong turn. Then I saw the gate. It was just a wooden post with a chain and a rusty lock. The key the owner mailed me worked. After I unlocked it, I drove about another half mile and finally saw the cabin. It was old, not falling apart, but clearly not updated in years. Dark wooden logs, a green tin roof, and a small deck facing the lake. The trees around it were so thick it was like the place was hidden on purpose. There was no driveway, just a patch of dirt and grass where I parked. No lights, no neighbors, just water, forest, and silence. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. It was warmer than I expected, but not hot. I unloaded my things quickly and checked the place out. There was no electricity, but there was a gas stove and an old propane fridge. A big metal water tank out back collected rainwater from the roof, and a small generator was stored in a shed. The bathroom was basically a composting toilet in a wooden outhouse about 20 feet away from the cabin. I wasn't expecting much luxury, so none of that bothered me. The cabin had one bedroom, a small kitchen, and a sitting room with a few old chairs and a dusty bookshelf. The windows were dirty but intact. No curtains. Inside, it smelled like old wood, a little mildew, but nothing horrible. The place looked unused for a while, but not abandoned. I saw a few canned goods in the cabinets and some cleaning supplies under the sink. I turned on the propane and made sure everything worked. It did. I settled in that first evening. The sun set late, and I spent most of the time sitting on the small deck, looking out at the lake. No boats, no voices, no engines, just water and the occasional splash from a fish. The stillness was strange at first, but it felt good, like my brain was finally breathing again. I went to bed early, using a flashlight and a couple of battery lanterns I brought with me. I had no signal on my phone, but I didn't care. I wasn't there to scroll through apps. I lay on the old mattress and listened to the sounds outside. Crickets whined through the trees. Once or twice I thought I heard something else, like footsteps crunching in the distance, but I told myself it was probably deer or maybe raccoons. The woods are always alive at night. The first real sign that something was off came the next morning. I had breakfast, went for a walk down a trail that looped around the lake, and came back about 2 hours later. Nothing felt weird. The forest was beautiful. The sun was out. The path was narrow but walkable. I followed animal tracks, took pictures with my phone just for later, and thought about how lucky I was to be away from everything. But when I came back, I noticed the front door was open. Not wide open, just cracked, like someone had pushed it slightly and left it that way. I was almost sure I had closed it. Not locked, maybe, but closed. I stared at it for a long time before walking closer. My stomach felt weird, like my body noticed something wrong before my mind could catch up. I looked around the cabin, slowly, carefully. Nothing seemed touched, nothing missing. My gear was all where I left it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, or was still there. I checked the back of the cabin. I checked the outhouse. I even circled around the trees for a while, listening. I didn't see or hear anyone. I started to feel a little stupid, like I was being paranoid. I told myself maybe I didn't shut the door all the way. Maybe the wind pushed it open. That seemed possible. Still, after that, I started locking the door. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept waking up at every noise. There was no clear sound, no threat, just the heavy, constant feeling that I wasn't alone. I would shine my flashlight through the window, looking at the trees. I saw nothing. At one point, I sat up and just stared at the door for almost an hour, waiting for it to move. Didn't. The next day, I walked the same trail, but I paid more attention. I stopped often. I looked at the ground, the branches, everything. About halfway through, I found something that made my chest tighten. A footprint. It wasn't mine. It was a boot print, large, deep in the mud, pointing toward the trail. Not along it, but toward it, like someone had stepped out from the trees to look. I followed that direction for maybe 20 feet and saw nothing else. No more prints, no path, just thick brush and trees. I kept walking the loop. I didn't want to run back like I was scared, but I was. The rest of the way, I kept checking behind me, and when I got back to the cabin, I locked the door again and loaded the handgun. I sat on the deck most of the afternoon listening, not reading, not relaxing, just waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. That night was worse. I fell asleep around 11, flashlight on the table beside me, gun next to the bed. I woke up sometime past midnight to a sound that froze me in place. Something touched the doorknob. I know that sound, that soft metallic jiggle. It was careful, slow. I didn't move. I just listened. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. After a few seconds, it stopped. I heard footsteps, soft, moving away from the cabin. I got out of bed and crept to the window, barely lifting the curtain. I saw nothing. Total darkness. I stayed awake the rest of the night. The next morning, I found something that confirmed what I feared. Footprints again. Clearer this time. Someone had walked around the cabin. Not just once, several loops. They came up to the deck, to the window, to the back wall, and then back into the trees. No animal made those. I didn't know what to do. I was miles from the nearest person, no cell service, no radio. The cabin didn't even have a landline. I thought about leaving, but I also thought maybe this was a hunter who got lost or some weird local messing around. Maybe they didn't mean harm. Maybe I was just being tested by the isolation. That's what I kept telling myself. But it didn't stop. Every night after that, the same thing. Sounds, footsteps, movement outside, the doorknob. Once, something tapped the window, soft but clear, like a fingertip. I would sit there in the dark, holding the gun, afraid to even breathe loud. I never saw them, just heard them, always at night. On the 5th day, I woke up and found something on the deck, a dead bird, its neck twisted, just lying there, perfectly placed in the center of the wooden boards. No blood, no mess, just the bird. It wasn't there the night before. That was when I decided to leave. I packed fast, took only what I could grab in 5 minutes. Left food behind, books, tools. I locked the cabin even though I knew it didn't matter. I drove down that dirt path as fast as I could without wrecking the tires. I didn't look back until I reached the gravel road, and when I did, I saw nothing. Just trees, stillness, like nothing ever happened. I got back to the city later that day. I didn't tell anyone. Not really. I just said the trip was shorter than planned. I told myself maybe I imagined parts of it. Maybe isolation made my mind spiral. That seemed easier to believe. But 2 weeks later, something happened that broke that illusion. I got a letter. It had no return address, just my name written in shaky handwriting. Inside was a photo, a printed, blurry photo of me sitting on the cabin deck, reading a book, taken from the trees. The angle was high, like someone was. I don't really know where to start, but maybe the best way is to just tell it exactly as it happened. There was a small wooden cabin deep in the northern woods of Michigan, about 20 miles off the main road. I used to go there with my uncle when I was younger. He passed away a few years ago, and the cabin just sat there and used, falling apart slowly. He left it to me in his will. I didn't think much of it at the time. Life was busy, and I never had a real reason to go back there. But last year, around late September, I decided to finally take a trip up there. It wasn't for any big reason. Life in the city was getting stressful, I guess. I had been going through some rough patches. Bills piling up, job pressure, a breakup that dragged on for months, and something in me just snapped. I wanted silence. I wanted to get away from all the noise and people and traffic and notifications. I remembered how peaceful that cabin felt when I was a kid. Just trees, a small lake, birds, wind, and the sound of dry leaves crunching under your boots. Felt like exactly what I needed. I took a week off work and packed my old pickup truck with some supplies. Canned food, water jugs, a camp stove, extra gas, a folding cot, a first aid kit, a .22 rifle, and some extra blankets. I brought a cooler full of meat and eggs, a flashlight, batteries, and some tools. I had no idea what shape the cabin was in, so I packed like I might need to fix things. I also made sure to bring an old generator. I didn't want to rely on it too much, but just in case I needed power for something, I didn't want to be stuck. The drive took about 9 hours from where I lived. Most of it was easy highway, but the last couple hours were rough. Dirt roads, no signs, just memory and a GPS that only worked part of the way. I had to stop twice to check the paper map I printed out, and I nearly got stuck on a muddy slope when the trail got too narrow and overgrown. But eventually, I made it. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered. Time does that to your memory, I guess. It was one story, made of weathered logs with a rusted metal roof. The door hung slightly crooked, and the windows were clouded with dirt and moss. There was a stone chimney on one side and a small porch with 2 broken chairs. The lake was still there, just 100 yards from the porch, quiet and calm like it always had been. I unlocked the cabin with the old key my uncle had hidden in a tin box under the porch. Inside, the place smelled like damp wood and dust. Cobwebs hung from the corners. Some rodents had definitely gotten in. There were droppings near the corners, and something had chewed through the bottom of an old sack of flour that had been left behind. I spent the first few hours just cleaning. I opened all the windows to air it out, swept the floor, threw out anything too moldy to save, and set up my cot in the corner. There was no running water and no plumbing, just an old outhouse about 50 feet away from the back door, surrounded by thick brush. I checked it too. Some wasps had made a nest inside, but I cleared them out with a smoke can I brought. Everything was old, dusty, and needed work, but it was solid. And it was quiet. So quiet it made my ears ring at first. No cars, no voices, no TVs, no phones. Just the wind moving through the trees and the occasional splash from the lake. The first day was uneventful. I spent it organizing things, testing the generator, chopping some firewood, and walking around the property. There wasn't much wildlife, just a few squirrels, a couple of deer tracks, and a hawk I saw circling overhead. I didn't even see another human the whole day. I figured the nearest neighbor had to be at least 5 or 6 miles away. That first night, I sat on the porch with a small fire burning in the stone pit beside me. The sky was pitch black except for the stars. I could see the Milky Way like a smear across the sky. I hadn't seen it that clearly in years. It reminded me why I came out here. I felt calm for the first time in months. I went to bed early and slept deeper than I had in a long time. The next morning, I woke up to something strange. The door was open. I knew I had closed it, locked it too. I remember doing it, turning the key and double-checking it before I laid down. I didn't hear anything in the night, no wind strong enough to blow it open, but there it was, open by at least a foot. I looked around, but nothing seemed disturbed. The generator was still outside where I left it. My gear was untouched. No boot prints, no signs of forced entry. I chalked it up to maybe not closing it properly. The frame was warped. Maybe the latch didn't catch. I pushed it closed again and used a metal bar I found in the shed to brace it shut. After that, I went about the day as planned. Made breakfast, took a walk around the lake, and read a bit on the porch. That night, I felt a little less at ease. I kept checking the door. I even moved the cot closer to it so I could hear anything if someone tried to get in. I had the rifle next to me just in case. I felt paranoid, but something about waking up to that open door put me on edge. The second night was quiet again. I didn't sleep as well, but nothing happened. The door stayed shut. It was on the third day that things started to really bother me. Around noon, I was about a mile into the woods, following an old game trail I remembered from my childhood. It led to a shallow stream where I used to catch frogs and skip rocks. When I got there, I found something I didn't expect. There were boot prints, fresh ones, not mine. They were larger than mine and headed downstream, then back the way I came, almost like someone had been following me or watching me. The ground was soft from recent rain, so the prints were clear. They had a unique tread pattern, like thick excess crossing the sole. My boots didn't have anything like that. I stood there for a while, heart pounding a little. I listened. The forest was still. No birds, no wind, just silence. I felt watched. I turned back immediately and walked fast, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I didn't see anyone, but I kept the rifle ready. When I got back to the cabin, I checked everything again. Still locked, still looked untouched. But the unease was growing. That night, I barely slept. Every sound felt louder. The creak of the beams, the scratching of a mouse in the wall, the tapping of branches on the roof. Around 3 a.m., I heard something else. Footsteps outside. Not animal footsteps. Human. They were slow, crunching lightly on the leaves just outside the front porch. Then silence. I sat up, holding the rifle, staring at the door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Nothing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat in the dark, staring at that door until the first gray light came through the window. The next morning, I went outside as soon as it was light enough. I checked around the cabin. I found the prints again. The same tread marks, those big X-shaped soles. They led up to the front steps, then back toward the trees. But there was no damage, no attempt to get in, just watching. I was starting to feel trapped. I pulled out the old radio I brought, tried to get a signal to call someone. Nothing, just static. My phone had been dead since day one, and there was no service here even when it was charged. I considered packing up and leaving, but part of me didn't want to let this ruin the trip. Maybe it was a hiker, maybe someone was just passing through, but I knew deep down that wasn't it. Nobody hikes out here. There's no trails. It's miles from the nearest park or station. Whoever was out there came here on purpose. That night, I kept every light on. I didn't care if it drained the battery. I sat with the rifle across my lap, facing the door. Around midnight, I heard it again. This time, not footsteps. Something scratching the back wall of the cabin. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails across the wood. I jumped up and ran outside, gun raised. I circled the cabin. Nothing, but I found new marks. 3 long scratches low on the wall, like someone dragged a knife across the logs. Fresh, just made. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on the porch, eyes scanning the tree line. At dawn, I made my decision. I was leaving. This wasn't peaceful anymore. It wasn't a retreat. Felt like a trap. I packed fast. I dumped the rest of the food in the cooler, loaded up the generator, and stashed everything in the back of the truck. But when I turned the key, the engine just clicked. Dead. I popped the hood. The battery cables were cut. Clean. With a knife or wire cutter. I stood there staring at them, heart sinking. Someone had come in the night, opened the hood and cut the cables. Silently, while I was just inside, only feet away. That's when I realized how alone I really was. No way to call for help. No way to leave. I was stuck. I took everything I could and dragged it back into the cabin. I blocked every window with furniture. I put the cot in the middle of the room and placed the rifle next to me. I kept a hammer under the cot. I kept a knife on my belt. I was done playing around. The next 2 days were a blur. I didn't sleep. I barely ate. I just sat and waited. Whoever it was didn't come those 2 nights. Or if they did, they didn't make. I hadn't planned on going to the cabin that weekend. My schedule was already tight, and the weather wasn't ideal, but work had been piling up and I needed complete silence, no distractions and no people. My apartment in the city wasn't cutting it anymore. Between the noise of traffic, the neighbors upstairs, and the constant feeling of being boxed in, I had to get away. My friend Sam had told me about a small cabin he owned out in the northern woods, near a lake, about 4 hours from the city. He hadn't used it in over a year, but he said it had power, water, and heat, and that I could stay there as long as I wanted. No internet, but that was part of the appeal. So I packed up some clothes, my laptop, notebooks, some canned food, dry snacks, a few gallons of drinking water, and drove up Friday morning. The road got rough about an hour past the last gas station. Potholes, dirt paths, winding curves that felt more like trails than roads. My little car struggled a bit, but I made it. There wasn't a single car or person in sight for miles. Just thick pine forests, wet dirt, and the sound of the wind pushing through the trees. The cabin itself looked old but solid, with siding faded from years of rain and snow. A small porch in front with 2 chairs, both leaning slightly to the side. No steps, just a single flat rock that worked like a natural stair. The windows had screens on them, though one in the back was slightly torn. The roof looked all right, no obvious sagging or missing shingles. There was a tiny shed about 20 feet to the side, and I noticed firewood stacked neatly next to it, though most of it looked damp. I unlocked the front door with the key Sam had mailed me. Stuck at first, but I gave it a firm twist and got it open. Inside smelled like old wood and dust, not bad, just unused. A single open room with a small kitchen area on the left, a table and 2 chairs in the center, and a small bed on the right under the window. There was a wood stove near the wall, already stacked with kindling. The bathroom was behind a narrow door, basic, with a compost toilet, a small sink, and a plastic shower stall. Everything was functional, just quiet and forgotten. I unloaded the car slowly, took my time organizing things, put the water jugs on the counter, set the food in the small pantry, unpacked my clothes into a wooden chest at the end of the bed. The whole time I kept glancing out the windows. Something about the way the trees leaned in from all sides made me feel boxed in again, only now with pine instead of concrete. The air was fresh, though, and the quiet was what I needed. By the time I finished settling in, it was late afternoon. The sun was low, light coming in at a slant through the windows. I made some instant noodles on the propane burner, ate in silence, and listened to the wind outside. No cell signal, no radio, no nothing. Just trees creaking, branches swaying, and that strange pressure of being far from everything. That first night, I didn't sleep well. Not because of any noise or problem, just the adjustment. The bed creaked when I moved, the blankets were stiff, and my mind wouldn't stop spinning. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept imagining footsteps outside the window or something brushing up against the walls. But I told myself it was just the wind, just the forest. I finally fell asleep around 3 a.m. The next morning, I got up around 9, made instant coffee, opened my laptop, and started working. I wrote most of the day, only stopping to snack or stretch. The peace was helping. I made real progress. Around 5 p.m., I stepped outside to walk down to the lake. It was maybe a 10-minute walk through the trees. The path was narrow but clear, like an animal trail. The lake was calm, dark, and cold-looking. No boats, no docks, no signs of human life. Just a flat stretch of water surrounded by trees. I sat for a while, skipped some rocks, and then headed back to the cabin before it got dark. That night, I fell asleep faster, but I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to a soft knocking sound. Not like someone at the door. It was lighter than that, almost like a stick tapping against wood. I froze in bed, listened for a while, and heard it again. Tap, 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 then silence. Then a rustling sound outside the back window. I sat up slowly and stared at the wall. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to look. I just sat there in the dark for a long time. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just a branch or maybe an animal. I lay back down but couldn't sleep again. In the morning, I went outside to check. Nothing. No footprints. No marks on the cabin walls. I walked around the back. The window screen that had been torn before now looked more ripped. I wasn't sure if it had gotten worse or if I just hadn't noticed how bad it was. I made a mental note to patch it later. Sunday was productive again. I worked from morning to late afternoon, then took another walk to the lake. Everything was the same, quiet, still, but I kept feeling like I was being watched. Every now and then I would turn quickly, expecting to see someone in the trees, but there was nothing. Back at the cabin, I lit the small oil lamp I'd found in the pantry. Since the ceiling lights gave off a cold glare that I didn't like, the oil lamp made the place feel warmer, more natural. I sat in the chair by the bed, reading a book, and heard that same soft tapping again. I froze. Came from the back window again, just like the night before, but this time I was awake. This time I knew I'd heard it clearly. I stood up and walked slowly to the back wall. I didn't pull the curtain. I just stood there and listened. Tap, tap, tap. I grabbed the flashlight and went outside. The air was colder than I expected. Sharp. The sky was cloudy, no moonlight. I walked around the cabin slowly, beam sweeping from tree to tree. Again, nothing. No people, no animals, not even a breeze strong enough to make a branch move. I checked the window again. That screen was definitely more torn now, like something had clawed it. I went back inside, locked the door, and moved one of the chairs in front of it. I didn't know what that would do, but it made me feel better. I slept in short bursts. Monday morning was colder, overcast. Light rain started around noon. I stayed inside all day, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking at the windows. I kept checking the door. That night, I barely slept at all. The tapping came back around 3 a.m., but this time it sounded closer. Not at the window, right outside the wall. Tuesday morning, I went outside and found small marks in the dirt behind the cabin. Not full footprints, just little scrapes in the mud, like something had moved just enough to leave a trace but not enough to recognize. I found more near the shed. I opened the shed and checked inside. It was full of old tools, some rusted. A shovel, rake, empty plastic bins, and a stack of firewood. Nothing looked disturbed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been standing there, watching. I tried to focus on work again, but the tension kept building. I get halfway through a sentence and stop, listening for sounds. The woods outside started to feel heavier. Not louder, just full of some kind of weight I couldn't explain. I stopped walking to the lake. Wednesday, I noticed something strange. When I opened the door in the morning, there was a single rock sitting on the porch. Not a random pebble, but a round, flat stone that hadn't been there the night before. I picked it up and turned it over. Nothing on it, but the fact that it hadn't been there bothered me. I tossed it into the woods and went back inside. The next morning, there were 2 rocks on the porch. That's when I started to panic. I stayed inside all day, curtains drawn, listening. I made no noise, no movements unless I had to. I didn't even turn on the lights after dark. Just sat in the bed, listening. That night, around 4 a.m., I woke up to the sound of the doorknob turning. It didn't turn all the way, just jiggled. Once, then silence. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just stared at the door, heart pounding so hard it made my ears ring. I waited until daylight before moving again. When I finally worked up the courage to go outside, the 2 rocks were gone, replaced by a single stick standing upright in the center of the porch, perfectly balanced on its end. I went inside, grabbed my bags, and started packing. I left the cabin that afternoon. Didn't care that I still had food left or clothes unpacked. I just took what I needed and left the rest. Driving back through the woods, every shadow between the trees looked like something watching me. I didn't stop once, not even to use the bathroom. When I got home, I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe animals brought the rocks. Maybe the wind moved the stick. Maybe the doorknob was just settling. But none of it sat right. 2 days later, Sam called me. He said he stopped by the cabin to check on it. He hadn't been up there since I left. He asked me why I left the stick figure hanging from the back window. I hadn't left anything. I told him I didn't put anything there. He got quiet and then said maybe it was some kids messing around, but his voice didn't sound convinced. I don't go up to the cabin anymore. Not after what happened that summer. It was supposed to be just a week away from everything. From work, traffic, city noise, people, and my phone buzzing nonstop. I had rented a cabin through a listing on a small private website. The pictures showed an old wooden place sitting quietly beside a large, still lake. It was far up north, surrounded by dense trees, and the closest town was almost 2 hours away. That's what I wanted. No noise, no people, just me and nature. I arrived on a Monday morning. The drive was quiet once I passed the last gas station. The road turned into gravel, then dirt, then narrowed until I thought I might be on the wrong path. But finally, I found it. A small clearing that opened up to reveal the cabin and the lake behind it. The water looked calm and still, reflecting the gray sky above. No birds, no wind, just trees, water, and wood. The cabin was a little more run down than the pictures showed. The wooden panels were chipped, the windows foggy, the roof slightly dipped in the center. But I wasn't looking for comfort, just isolation. The air smelled like damp leaves and old wood. There were 2 old chairs on the porch and a wooden dock leading into the lake. Across the lake, I saw another cabin. It was barely visible through the trees, but it looked abandoned, gray, leaning, windows dark and empty. There was a small rowboat tied to the dock, covered in spider webs. I ignored it. Inside, the cabin was basic. 1 small bedroom with a narrow bed, a kitchen with a rusted sink, an old fridge that hummed loud when it turned on, and a bathroom that smelled like mold. There was no Wi-Fi, no signal. I was fine with that. I had brought books, some canned food, a flashlight, batteries, a propane stove, and my hiking boots. I was ready to be off-grid for a few days. The first 2 days were uneventful. I walked through the woods, cooked simple meals, and slept early. The nights were darker than I expected. When I turned off the lights, it was complete blackness. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. No streetlights, no moonlight some nights, just deep, pressing dark. Every sound at night stood out. The creak of the wooden walls, the pop of the old pipes, the wind pushing against the roof. On the third morning, I woke up early and walked down to the dock with a cup of coffee in my hand. The water was still again. No ripples, no bugs, nothing flying over it. It felt too quiet, like the lake was holding its breath. I looked across to the other side at the other cabin. It looked closer somehow. I couldn't explain it. I knew it couldn't move, but it looked bigger or just sharper in the distance. More real. I stared at it for a few minutes. I thought maybe I should go over there, see what it looked like up close. But something about it made me hesitate. It looked hollow, like a shell of a place, and it didn't feel right to be curious about it. So I stayed on my side. That afternoon, I walked deeper into the forest. I didn't follow any trail, just wandered with my compass so I could make my way back. After an hour, I found a clearing with a few fallen trees and broken branches. I saw something strange there, a pile of bones, small ones maybe from a deer or a raccoon, but picked clean. Not chewed, not broken, just dry white bones in a circle. No footprints, no claw marks around them, just bones in grass. I turned around and left. I didn't run, but I walked faster. When I got back to the cabin, the sky was turning gray. It rained that night, hard. I stayed inside and read by flashlight. The wind howled outside, pushing against the windows. At one point, the back door rattled. It sounded like someone was trying to open it. I went to check, but there was no one, just wet leaves stuck to the glass. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I stepped outside and froze. There were wet footprints on the wooden porch. Bare feet, human. They were small and narrow like a teenager's. They came from the lake, walked across the porch, and stopped at the back door, then vanished. No return prints, no drag marks, just gone. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I checked around the cabin. Nothing else looked disturbed. The boat was still tied, but I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. Who would swim across the lake in the middle of a storm? Why barefoot? Why come here? I decided to drive into town, just to get out for a few hours. Maybe get some gas, maybe pick up something warm to eat. I drove fast down the narrow road, tires skidding on the wet dirt. The town was dead quiet, mostly boarded up buildings and a few gas pumps that looked like they hadn't worked in years. I found a diner that was closed, but there was a small grocery store open. I bought more canned food, water, and a heavy-duty lock for the cabin door. I didn't want to admit I was scared, but I kept looking over my shoulder. I felt like I was being watched the whole time I was in town. When I got back, the lake was still again. The clouds were breaking, but the water didn't move. No wind, no birds, not even insects buzzing. It felt unnatural. I spent the evening inside, checking the locks, closing the curtains, turning on every light. I kept the heavy flashlight near me and didn't go to bed until 3 a.m. I still couldn't sleep well. The next day was worse. I woke up and found scratches on the window frame. Not claw marks, but straight, deliberate scratches, like someone ran a knife or key along the wood. For long marks, same height, same length. On the outside, near the bedroom window. I walked to the lake again. The other cabin looked even closer. I know it sounds crazy, but it looked bigger. The windows were no longer black. They reflected light now, like there was something inside them. I couldn't see movement, but I felt something was there, watching. I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to leave early. I started packing everything into the car. As I loaded the last bag, I heard a splash from the lake. I turned around and saw ripples spreading from the center, moving fast. But I didn't see anything on the surface. No fish, no bird, nothing. Just water moving. Then I heard something else, wood creaking. From the other side, I looked across the lake and saw the other cabin's front door open slowly. No one came out. It just opened, like someone wanted me to see inside. I left. I didn't lock the cabin, didn't leave a note, didn't take the trash out. I just got in the car and drove as fast as I could. My tires skidded on the dirt road, and I nearly hit a tree turning the last bend. I didn't stop until I reached the gas station on the highway. I told myself it was just my mind. Maybe I was overtired, maybe isolation messed with my head. But here's the thing, 2 days after I got home, I checked satellite images online. I wanted to look at the area from above to see how far apart the cabins really were. But in every picture, no matter how far back I went, even years before I rented the place, the cabin across the lake wasn't there. It never was. I checked again and again. My cabin was there, the lake was there, but the other cabin never showed up. Not on satellite, not in maps, not even in the original listing I booked from. That listing? Gone. Site offline. I don't go near lakes anymore. I don't rent cabins. I don't trust the silence in the woods, because whatever was on the other side of that lake, it saw me, and it wanted me to come closer, but I didn't, and I never will. I was supposed to spend that weekend doing nothing but driving through the mountains. I didn't have any big plan or anything. I just needed to be alone for a while. Things back home had been heavy for months. I was tired of people, phones, traffic, and the constant noise. I figured some quiet mountain roads, some air that didn't smell like exhaust, and a couple nights in the car would be enough to help me breathe again. The plan was simple. I packed a cooler with basic food, bread, peanut butter, fruit, water, and a few cans. I had a sleeping bag, my old hiking boots, a flashlight, my pocket knife, and a printed map. I didn't want to use GPS. I wanted to disconnect completely, like how I used to travel before smartphones made everything feel like a checklist. I left around 6 a.m. and headed north. By noon, I was deep into the mountain area. I passed through a few small towns, most of them quiet with shuttered shops and old gas stations. The roads were narrow and winding. Trees grew thick on either side. For a while, I didn't see another car. I started to feel that calm creeping in. The kind you get only when you know no one's looking for you, no one's expecting anything from you. Somewhere near the edge of a national forest, I found an old service road. It wasn't marked on the map. It looked rough but drivable. The trees around it were dense, and the path seemed to climb steadily into the hills. I don't know why I turned down it. I guess I just felt like going somewhere even quieter. I thought maybe I'd find a place to park, hike around a bit, and then sleep in the back seat. The road went on longer than I expected. It got bumpier and narrower. My tires kicked up loose rocks and dust. Tree branches scraped against the sides of my car. After about 10 minutes, I started to wonder if I'd made a mistake. The road didn't seem to be ending, and it felt like I was driving deeper and deeper into nowhere. Then I saw the cabin. It was tucked into a clearing on the left side of the road. It looked old, maybe built in the 60s or earlier. It wasn't falling apart, but it didn't look lived in either. The windows were dirty. The porch steps looked uneven. There was a shed off to the side, and an old metal drum half buried in the ground near it. I slowed down, not sure what to do. I figured the place was probably abandoned. It was far from anything. No mailboxes, no power lines, no tire tracks except mine. Still, I didn't want to trespass. I parked off the road a bit and walked up to the cabin. The air smelled like pine and dry leaves. My boots crunched softly on the forest floor. The door was closed, but not locked. I pushed it open just enough to peek inside. It was dark, dusty, quiet. There were a few chairs, a table, a cot, and what looked like an old wood-burning stove in the corner. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust. Cobwebs stretched across the corners. I stepped in and just stood there for a minute. It didn't feel spooky, just still, like the kind of place someone might have used long ago during hunting season, or maybe just to get away like I was doing now. I decided I'd stay the night. The place felt safer than sleeping in my car on a slope. I'd leave a note on the table saying I meant no harm in case the owner showed up. I brought in my sleeping bag, water, and a flashlight. There was no electricity, and the windows barely let in any light because they were caked with dirt. I found some old newspapers in a drawer dated 1998. There was also a rusted tin with some broken matches inside. That first night, I sat outside on the steps, eating a sandwich and listening to the sounds around me. Crickets, a few birds, leaves rustling now and then. I didn't see any signs of large animals, but I kept my pocket knife nearby just in case. Eventually, I rolled out my sleeping bag on the cot and drifted off. I woke up to a sound I couldn't identify. It was faint, like something tapping or shifting. At first, I thought it was an animal outside, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel. But then I heard what sounded like wood creaking, like someone stepping on an old porch board. My body tensed, and I stayed perfectly still. I sat up slowly and listened. Nothing, just wind brushing against the outside walls. I told myself the sound was probably just the cabin settling, or maybe a branch falling somewhere. I laid back down but didn't fall asleep for hours. The next morning, I stepped outside early. The air was cold and wet. Fog hung low between the trees. I looked around the clearing. Nothing looked disturbed, but I couldn't shake the feeling from the night before. I kept looking back at the tree line like I expected someone to be standing there. I thought about leaving, but something made me stay. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't paranoid. Maybe I still believed I needed more time out there to clear my head. I went for a short hike, following what looked like a game trail. I saw deer tracks, some old droppings, and at one point what looked like bear scat. That made me decide to head back. I spent the day writing in a notebook, cleaning up the inside of the cabin a little, and trying to get the old stove working. I found a few logs stacked behind the cabin, dry and gray but still usable. I got a small fire going just enough to warm the place slightly. It felt like I was making the cabin mine, even if just for the weekend. That night, I fell asleep faster. The fire helped, and I wrapped myself tight in the sleeping bag. Around 3 a.m., I woke up again. This time, it wasn't a noise that got me. It was a smell, something sharp like iron or rust. It was faint, but it made me sit up fast. My stomach turned a little. I thought maybe it was something burning in the stove. I got up and checked. The fire was out, just cold ash. The smell was stronger near the door. I opened it slowly and looked out. Everything was dark. The flashlight beam reached maybe 20 feet. I didn't see anything, but the smell was definitely coming from outside. I didn't go any further. I closed the door and stayed awake until sunrise. The next morning, I walked the edge of the clearing, looking for any sign of what it could have been. I found nothing, but when I came around the side of the cabin near the old shed, I saw something that made my legs feel weak. There was a boot print, not mine, too big, wider than mine, and deeper, like someone heavier had been standing there not too long ago. It was pressed into a patch of soft ground near the corner of the shed. It looked fresh. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to believe it was old, maybe from a hunter or ranger, but it didn't make sense. I'd been all around the area. That print hadn't been there the day before. I went back inside, packed my things fast, and decided I was leaving. I didn't care how far I had to drive. As I was loading up the car, I felt like I was being watched. That feeling started deep in my spine and crawled upward. I kept scanning the woods, but nothing moved. No branches, no birds. Everything was still. That silence was worse than any sound. I threw my bag in the back seat and slammed the door shut. I turned the car around and started driving down the rough road. It felt longer than before. The trees seemed closer. At one point, I had to stop because a fallen branch blocked the path. It hadn't been there when I came in. I got out and dragged it off the road, heart pounding the entire time. Finally, I hit the main road again. I didn't stop driving until I reached a gas station an hour away. I filled up and sat in the parking lot for a while, just breathing. I don't know who that boot print belonged to. I don't know what the smell was. I don't know who or what was around that cabin during the night. But I know it wasn't just my imagination. Something was out there. Someone had been close. Weeks passed. I went back to work. Life returned to normal, but I couldn't stop thinking about that cabin. I tried to look it up, tried to see if anyone had ever listed it or if there was some record of who owned it. Nothing, like it didn't exist. I even tried going back on Google Maps to find the service road. Couldn't. I still think about what would have happened if I had stayed one more night. What if I hadn't seen that boot print? What if I hadn't left that morning? I don't go on those kinds of trips anymore. I still love the woods, but now I stick to marked trails, campsites, places with other people nearby. I tell myself it was just a wrong turn, just a quiet weekend gone weird. But I know better. Something was watching me at that cabin, and I think it wanted me to stay longer. It was late September when I packed up my truck and left the city behind. I'd been burned out, exhausted, and unfocused for weeks. My freelance work, writing and editing content was piling up, and I wasn't doing any of it. I kept telling myself I just needed a quiet place, away from everything. No noise, no phone calls, no emails. Just me, my laptop, and silence. A friend of mine had a small cabin in the woods, about 2 hours from the nearest town. It was somewhere deep in northern Minnesota, tucked between trees, off an old logging road that barely showed up on GPS. He let me use it for free, just said to bring my own supplies and lock it up when I left. I drove up early one morning in my old Toyota Tacoma, loaded with everything I'd need. Cans of food, bottled water, some dry wood, a propane stove, a sleeping bag, basic tools, a power bank, and my laptop. I had some solar panels with me too, just enough to keep my devices charged. The road to the cabin was rough and barely a road at all in some spots. I passed through long stretches of forest with no signs of people. No homes, no mailboxes, no vehicles. It made me feel far from everything. That was the whole point. When I finally got there, the cabin looked exactly like the photos he'd sent. Small, maybe 15 by 20 feet. It was made of dark, weathered wood, with a rusty metal roof and a small porch. The windows were narrow and had wooden shutters that could be latched from the inside. There was a small outhouse about 30 yards behind it, and a fire pit surrounded by a few flat rocks out front. The forest behind the cabin was thick and sloped downward into a gully. Even at midday, the trees made everything look dim and overgrown. I got to work right away unpacking, setting up the small solar panels, and stacking firewood inside. I lit the small propane heater just to knock the chill out of the air. It was going to get cold at night, but I wasn't worried. I grew up in Minnesota. I could handle the cold. The first night was quiet. Too quiet, honestly. It's hard to explain how silence that deep can feel heavy. There was no traffic, no distant voices, no hum of streetlights. Only the soft rustle of wind through the trees and, once in a while, the creak of the wooden walls as they settled. It felt like the kind of quiet that presses against your ears, like it was watching. I didn't sleep well. The bed was just a thin mattress on a wooden platform. It sagged in the middle and smelled like old pine. I kept waking up at small sounds. Branches snapping outside, dry leaves shifting. Every sound felt louder than it should have been. I told myself it was just wildlife. Deer, maybe squirrels, or even raccoons. The next few days I got a lot of work done. I spent hours writing, reading, editing. The isolation helped. The trees outside turned more orange each day. I stayed warm with layers and the heater, and at night I kept a lantern burning low while I read or listened to the radio. There was no signal out there, no internet, no way to call anyone. But that was what I wanted. Still, something didn't feel right. By the third night, I noticed things. Little things. Like how the logs I'd stacked beside the door looked different in the morning, or how the latch on the outhouse door was open when I was sure I'd closed it. One morning, I found muddy boot prints on the porch. I stood there for a long time just staring at them. They weren't mine. They were bigger than mine. They came up from the woods and stopped just short of the front door, then turned around and went back the way they came. I didn't know what to think. No one should have been out there. I hadn't seen a single person since I left the highway. No hikers, no hunters, no vehicles. And these prints weren't fresh. They were from the night before. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the chair by the window with my flashlight and a hatchet I'd brought, listening. The woods were dead quiet. Nothing came. By morning, I convinced myself it had to be an old print I'd missed. Maybe I tracked in mud when I first arrived. Or maybe an animal stepped weird. Something like that. But that didn't explain what I found the next night. I was lying in bed trying to sleep when I heard a sound that made my chest tighten. A low, slow scraping sound, like something rough dragging across wood. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. Came from the back of the cabin. I sat up and held my breath, listening. It happened again. A dragging, scraping noise, then a thud, then silence. I got up, grabbed my flashlight and the hatchet again, and crept to the back window. I didn't open the shutter, just slid the little panel open and looked out. At first I saw nothing. Then I noticed a shadow move behind a tree. I froze. It was tall, taller than any tree stump or bush, and it moved with purpose. Not like an animal. It stepped behind one tree, then into the shadows of another, just outside the moonlight. It was watching the cabin. I closed the panel and backed away. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the light on and sat in the corner with my back against the wall, my hatchet in my lap, listening, waiting. Nothing happened after that. No more noises, no more scraping, no knocks, just silence. But by morning, I saw more boot prints. This time they were around the cabin, circling it. Whoever it was had walked around the building, probably while I was inside, probably while I was watching the back window. They'd been just a few feet from me, separated by only a few inches of wood. I wanted to leave right then. I really did. But I had no cell service, no satellite reception, and the cabin was still locked. Nothing was broken, nothing taken. Just someone out there, watching. I decided to stay one more day. Maybe whoever it was would move on. Maybe it was just someone passing through. A hunter, a hiker, a squatter. I told myself that over and over. I was wrong. That evening, I went to the outhouse around dusk. It was quiet, still. But as I was walking back, I noticed something different. The front door of the cabin was open. Not wide open, just cracked. Enough that I could see the blackness inside. I stood frozen, my skin crawling. I had locked it when I left. I was sure. I always locked it. Always. I didn't know what to do. I stood behind a tree for nearly an hour, just watching. No movement, no sound, just that open door. Finally, I crept closer, heart pounding, every breath shaking. I held the hatchet tight and pushed the door open with the back of my hand. No one was inside, but things had been moved. My sleeping bag was unrolled. The lantern was turned over. One of the chairs had been shifted. Nothing taken, but nothing quite right either. Like someone had come in, looked around, then left in a hurry. I didn't sleep that night either. I barricaded the door with furniture. I kept the hatchet in one hand, my flashlight in the other. I turned the lantern off to stay hidden. I barely even breathed. The next morning, I packed up. I didn't care about the work anymore. I didn't care about peace and quiet or being productive. I just wanted to get out. I loaded my stuff, locked the cabin, and drove as fast as the road allowed. My hands shook on the steering wheel the whole time. But the worst part wasn't the cabin. It was what I saw in the rearview mirror. About 100 yards down the road, I saw a figure step out of the trees and walk onto the dirt path behind me. It was a man, tall, lean, wearing dark clothes. He didn't wave, didn't shout. He just stood there watching me drive away. I had never spent that much time alone in the woods before. I liked the idea of it, sure, the calm, the distance from people, the quiet. I thought it would help me clear my head. Work had been exhausting, and I'd been feeling burned out for months. When a coworker mentioned a family cabin up north that no one had used in years, I asked if I could rent it out. He didn't even charge me, just gave me the key, told me where it was, and wished me good luck. I drove up on a Thursday morning. Took nearly 8 hours to get there. The last 2 hours of the drive were on winding, barely maintained gravel roads. No GPS signal, no gas stations, nothing but trees and open sky. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, I was sore from sitting and tired from the drive, but I was glad to be there. The air smelled like pine and old dirt, and it was dead silent except for the wind through the trees. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It was old, clearly hadn't been updated in decades. The wooden siding was weathered gray. The roof looked okay from a distance, but I saw some patches up close that looked like someone had done a hasty repair job years ago. Still, it felt solid. The porch creaked under my weight, but the lock turned smoothly, and the door opened with a loud groan. Inside was dusty, but not dirty. The furniture was old, but everything seemed dry and well-preserved. There was a small kitchen to the left, a fireplace straight ahead, and a couch and chair in the main room. Off to the right, a narrow hallway led to a bedroom and a bathroom. The whole place had that musty wood smell, like an attic that had been shut up too long. I unpacked my things slowly. I brought enough food for a week, plus a cooler with ice and some frozen meals. There was no fridge, just a small old propane stove. The kitchen had a few metal pots and plates, all of them slightly rusted or stained, but still usable. I set up my sleeping bag on the bed instead of using the old mattress, which looked lumpy and probably full of mice nests. Then I lit a fire in the fireplace using some old logs stacked on the side and settled in with a book. The first night was quiet. No animals, no wind, just the crackle of the fire and the occasional pop from the wood. I fell asleep fast and slept better than I had in months. By the second day, I started to notice some strange things. Nothing major at first, just little things that didn't quite make sense. For example, I found a nail sticking up from the floorboards in front of the fireplace. It wasn't just loose, it looked like it had been pried up. I pushed it back in with the bottom of a frying pan and forgot about it. Later that afternoon, I went outside to explore. The area around the cabin was all forest, no trails or paths. I wandered about a half-mile in every direction, trying to map out the surroundings. There were signs of old campsites nearby, rusted beer cans, burnt fire pits, and even a few broken chairs. Looked like other people had used this area over the years, but I didn't see anyone else or any signs of recent activity. I came back around 5 in the evening and made dinner. A simple can of chili heated over the little stove. I ate it by the fireplace, feeling relaxed and glad to be alone. I started to write in a little journal I brought with me, just to keep track of time and thoughts. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to a loud bang. It sounded like something heavy had fallen in the cabin. I sat up in my sleeping bag and listened. Total silence. I waited a few minutes, my heart racing, then got up and turned on my flashlight. I walked through the cabin slowly, checking each room. Nothing was out of place. No broken windows, no doors open, nothing moved. I even checked outside with the flashlight. Still nothing. I chalked it up to the firewood shifting in the fireplace or maybe a raccoon bumping against the wall outside. I forced myself to go back to sleep. The next morning, I noticed the floorboard in front of the fireplace had popped up again. Same nail, same spot. That made me stop. I pressed it down with my boot, harder this time. I tried to move the board just to see how loose it was, and it shifted a little. I bent down and gave it a firm pull, and to my surprise, the entire board lifted up. Underneath was a shallow cavity, maybe a foot deep, lined with dust and cobwebs. And in the middle of that space, there was a small metal handle. It was set into the floor beneath the removable board, attached to a flat sheet of wood or metal. I brushed away the dust and realized it was a trapdoor. It was well hidden. If that nail hadn't been loose, I never would have found it. I stared at it for a while. My heart was beating fast, but not out of fear, more like curiosity. I had no idea what could be down there. I thought maybe it was an old root cellar or a storage space. I looked around the cabin again to make sure I was alone. Then I grabbed the handle and pulled. The door creaked loudly as it opened. Cold air wafted up from the hole, and a damp, earthy smell hit me. I aimed my flashlight down and saw a set of narrow wooden stairs leading into the darkness. I didn't go down right away. I closed the trapdoor and put the floorboard back over it. Something about it didn't feel right. I told myself I'd go down later, in the daylight, but I kept thinking about it all day. I even dreamed about it that night. I dreamed I was trapped in a narrow room with no windows, no lights, and something scratching on the other side of the wall. I woke up sweating, heart pounding. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something under the cabin I wasn't supposed to find. The next day, after breakfast, I decided to go down. I pulled the board off, opened the trapdoor, and aimed my flashlight into the hole. The steps looked stable enough. I climbed down slowly. The walls were dirt, reinforced with old wooden beams. I counted 10 steps before I hit the bottom. The space underneath was much bigger than I expected, almost the size of the whole cabin, maybe a little smaller. The floor was packed dirt. The ceiling was low, maybe 6 feet. There were wooden shelves along the far wall, and on those shelves were dozens of rusted cans, tools, and dusty glass jars. Some were filled with cloudy liquid, others with what looked like dried food or beans. In the back corner of the room, there was an old workbench. On it sat a thick, stained notebook. I flipped it open. It was filled with handwriting, page after page, all written in tiny, tight letters. I couldn't read most of it. The ink was smudged, and the handwriting was rough, but I made out words like storage, hiding, trouble, and don't tell. There were dates, too, all from the early 1970s. Beside the bench, there was a large wooden crate. I opened it carefully. Inside were piles of clothes, old, moldy, and damp. And beneath that, something that made my stomach twist. A stack of black and white photographs. They were curled at the edges, dirty and faded, but I could still make out the images. People, all of them sitting or standing inside the cabin. Some looked happy, some looked scared. One photo showed a man with blood on his shirt standing near the fireplace. Another showed what looked like the same man, lying on the floor, eyes open, unmoving. I felt cold all over. I put the photos back and stepped away. I backed out of the underground room slowly and climbed the stairs, trying to breathe normally. I didn't even close the trapdoor at first. I just sat on the floor for a long time, staring at it. It felt like I had found something I was never meant to see. The rest of the day passed in a haze. I couldn't concentrate. I tried to write, but my hands were shaking. I didn't eat much. I kept hearing sounds, soft creaks, distant thuds, but every time I checked, nothing was there. That night, I didn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard another loud bang, louder than before. I jumped up and grabbed my flashlight. I walked through the cabin again. Nothing, but this time the trapdoor was open. Not just the board, the actual trapdoor. Wide open. The air coming out was cold, damp, and smelled stronger than before. I didn't go near it. I just stood at the edge of the room, staring into the darkness below, trying to decide what to do. Then I heard something, a soft shuffling sound, like movement down there. I closed the door, slammed it shut, shoved the board back in place, and pushed the heaviest chair I could find over it. I stayed up all night with the flashlight on, sitting in the corner with my back to the wall. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't even clean up. I shoved everything into my bag, locked the door, and got in the car. I drove all the way back without stopping. I never told my coworker what I found. I didn't return the key either. I threw it in a river halfway home. I still think about that place. I think about the photos, the trapdoor, the noises. I think about what was in that notebook and what else could have been down there. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night and the house is quiet, I imagine the sound of a door creaking open, slowly, just beneath my feet. Not the kind of getaway where you sip drinks on a beach or drive along some winding coastline. I needed isolation. I'd been working a desk job that drained me, staring at 2 screens for 10 hours a day in a gray cubicle. I had developed a twitch in my right eye and migraines that throbbed just behind my skull like a metronome. I started forgetting small things too, whether I had eaten lunch or if I had taken my phone with me. One day, I forgot what floor I worked on. That was when I knew I had to leave. I came across the cabin online. It was buried deep within a listing site filled with old rural properties. It wasn't for sale. It wasn't an Airbnb either. It was just a simple, hand-built structure that some guy was renting out to artists and writers who needed solitude. The ad said it had no internet, no cable, no cell signal. Solar power was spotty, but it was quiet. The photos were basic, just a small wooden cabin in a clearing, surrounded by trees. Inside, a bed, a table, a wood stove, and shelves filled with dusty old paperbacks. That's all I wanted. I booked it for 7 days. I brought with me 2 duffel bags, one for clothes and food, and another for my camera gear. I figured I'd finally finish that photo series I kept putting off. I didn't care about sleep or comfort. I just wanted quiet. It took almost 5 hours of driving to get there. The last stretch was a dirt road that wound through dense forest. Trees closed in tighter the deeper I went. My cell signal vanished before I even made the last turn. The forest was thick and endless, and the silence that came with it made my ears ring. When I arrived, the sun had started dipping behind the trees. The cabin looked even smaller in person. One window, a sagging porch, and no sign of human activity around it. No tire tracks, no footprints, just pine needles and damp soil. It felt like stepping into a photograph that had been taken decades ago. I parked and unpacked. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. There was a faint scent of smoke baked into the walls, probably from years of wood stove use. The bed was nothing more than a thin mattress on a handmade frame. The table was scratched and uneven. A pile of firewood sat in the corner, and beside it, a rusted axe leaning against the wall. I checked the small cupboard in the kitchenette area and found some old canned goods. I didn't touch them. That first night was quiet, almost too quiet. I'd gotten so used to the constant hum of electronics, passing cars, distant voices. Out here, there was none of that, just the occasional creak of the wood settling, or the groan of a tree swaying somewhere in the woods. I built a fire in the stove, ate a cold meal, and lay down on the bed. I didn't sleep well. Every crack of a branch outside jolted me awake. But that was expected. I just wasn't used to true silence. The second day, I explored the area. I had no service, no GPS, but I wasn't worried about getting lost as long as I stayed within earshot of the cabin. I hiked around with my camera, snapping shots of the thick undergrowth, tree bark textures, and moss-covered rocks. It was beautiful in a raw, forgotten kind of way. Time didn't seem to matter out there. Everything felt still. I didn't see any animals, not even birds, but I chalked that up to the time of year. It was early spring, still cold. I spent most of the day moving slowly through the woods and returned by evening. That's when I noticed something odd behind the cabin. There was a patch of ground about 15 feet away from the back wall that didn't look like the rest. The forest floor was mostly covered in old pine needles, brown leaves, and sticks, but this spot looked different. The soil had been disturbed. The leaves on top were a different color, lighter, not as soaked in. Something had clearly been dug up and covered again. It was maybe 6 feet long and 2 or 3 feet wide, shaped almost like a narrow trench. I stood over it for a while, not thinking much of it. Could have been an old garden bed. Maybe the guy who built the cabin had buried trash there. I took a picture and moved on. That night, though, I kept thinking about it. I lay in bed, staring at the wooden ceiling, and the shape of the disturbed dirt kept forming in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more it looked like a grave, long, shallow, in a place where no one would think to look. I told myself I was being stupid. Too many crime documentaries, too many late nights browsing Reddit threads about backwoods disappearances. I was tired. I rolled over and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I brought the camera out again and took more photos of the spot. I even measured it with my boot. A little over 6 feet long, 2 feet wide. I couldn't shake the feeling. I walked back to the cabin and got the axe. It wasn't meant for digging, but the blade was sharp and the handle was long enough to use as a lever. I started to dig. The soil was heavy and wet. Pine roots wove through it like veins, making it hard to pull away in clumps. After about 20 minutes, I had only gotten down a foot or so. I was sweating even in the cold air. My gloves were soaked through. I hit something solid. At first I thought it was a rock, but when I cleared away more dirt, I saw the edge of a plastic container. A big one, like one of those black storage bins you keep tools or clothes in. The kind with yellow latches on top. I hesitated. I stared at it for a long time, catching my breath. The plastic was dirty and scuffed, but I could make out faint scratches on the side. No labels, no markings. I cleared around the edges and then reached down to pull it up. It was heavy, I dragged it out of the hole and onto the ground beside me. My hands were shaking. I undid the latches. Inside, there were several layers of black garbage bags. My stomach turned. I almost stopped right there, but I kept going. I peeled back one of the bags slowly. Inside, wrapped in another bag, was a pile of what looked like clothes, dirty, stained, a flannel shirt, jeans, a pair of hiking boots. Under that, more layers, and beneath that, bones. At first, I didn't believe it. I touched one. It was real, yellowed, small, human. The air in my chest vanished. My skin went cold. I staggered back, away from the box, my boots sinking in the loose dirt. My brain couldn't make sense of it. Someone had buried a body back here, a real body, and I had just dug it up. I covered the box back up. Not fully, just enough to keep animals away. I didn't want to touch it again. I went back into the cabin, locked the door, and sat on the bed for hours. I had no way to call anyone. No phone service, no Wi-Fi, no landline. The nearest town was over an hour away. I didn't even know if there were neighbors anywhere within shouting distance. I thought about leaving right away, packing up and driving straight to the nearest police station. But then I realized I had touched the box, dug it up. My fingerprints were all over it. If I just left it there and someone else found it, they might think I was involved. It didn't help that I had no proof that it was already there when I arrived. I needed to take photos, evidence, something to show them it wasn't mine. So I went back out, pulled back the top layer, and snapped pictures from every angle. The box, the bones, the clothing, everything. Then I covered it again and put a large tree branch over the top. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up in the corner of the cabin, axe in hand, fire burning low. Every sound outside made my heart slam. I kept imagining someone out there in the woods, watching me, waiting for me to fall asleep. I had no idea who buried that body, or how long it had been there. And the worst part? When I was digging, I saw that the soil around it had been disturbed more recently than I expected. The top layer wasn't packed down like you'd see on something buried months or years ago. It was loose, soft, like someone had dug it up not too long ago, and then reburied it, which meant someone might have been here recently, very recently. The next morning, I packed everything. Clothes, gear, food. I loaded up my car in less than 10 minutes. I left the cabin exactly as I found it, except for the shallow grave out back. I didn't have time to worry about that. I drove fast. Dirt kicked up behind me for miles until I hit pavement. Then I drove straight to the sheriff's office in the next town over. I told them everything, showed them the photos, gave them the coordinates from the listing and my GPS camera. I thought I'd be in and out. Instead, I was there for almost 8 hours. They questioned me again and again, took my clothes, my boots, my camera. They didn't say much, just kept asking the same things over and over in different ways. When did you find it? Did you touch anything? Did you know the person? Finally, they let me go, told me to stay nearby in case they had more questions. I checked into a motel. That night, I got a call from the sheriff himself. He said they found multiple storage bins buried near the cabin. 3 more, all with the same kind of remains, all buried at different times. Whoever owned that property had been using it as a dumping ground for years. I needed to get away. Things were too loud in the city, and everything started feeling too tight, too fast, too constant. Traffic every morning, work stress, arguments with neighbors over stupid things like trash bins and noise. It all built up. So when a friend offered me their old family cabin for a week, I said yes before they even finished explaining where it was. It was deep in the woods, about 2.5 hours out from the nearest town, and at least 30 minutes on a dirt road from the last paved one. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no TV, no plumbing, and no real comforts, but I didn't care. That was the point. The road there was rough. My SUV rattled and bounced the entire way in. It was late afternoon by the time I pulled up to the place. It was smaller than I expected. Just 1 story, dark wood walls, a tin roof, and a little wraparound porch. There was an outhouse out back and a rusted water pump next to it. No neighbors in sight, not even through the trees. I parked, killed the engine, and stepped out. The air was cool and still, and the only sounds were birds, wind, and the faint hum of bugs. I stood there for a while, just breathing. It was peaceful, and I hadn't felt peaceful in a long time. Inside, the cabin was basic. A small kitchen with a propane stove and metal sink. A single bed in the corner with thick wool blankets. A wood stove against the far wall and shelves full of canned food, tools, and old books. Everything smelled like dust and pine. The windows had shutters but no glass. A few had screens. A big metal latch locked the front door from inside, and a long wooden bar could be placed across it for extra security. My friend had warned me about bears. I settled in quickly. I unpacked my clothes, stored my groceries in a big cooler full of ice, and stacked firewood inside. I made a quick dinner, lit a few lanterns, and sat out on the porch as the sun dipped behind the trees. I stayed there until the stars came out, just listening to nothing. That first night was quiet, cold but quiet. I slept hard and deep. When I woke, it was still early. I had coffee from my camping thermos and took a slow walk through the woods behind the cabin. I followed a trail downhill to a stream. The water was cold and clear, and I sat on a rock for a long time just watching it run. When I got back to the cabin, everything looked normal. I had left the door latched and barred from the inside, just to be safe. I unlatched it and stepped in. Nothing seemed out of place. I passed the second day reading and chopping more firewood. The third day I fished in the stream, caught nothing, and came back tired but calm. I started to really enjoy the routine: wake up, boil water, drink coffee, walk the woods, cook food, read, and sleep. But on the fourth day, something small felt wrong. When I came back from my morning walk, a longer one this time, maybe 2 hours, the door to the cabin was slightly open. I stopped on the porch and stared at it. I was sure I had latched it. The wooden bar was leaning against the wall, exactly where I had left it. But the door itself was cracked open, just a few inches. Not wide, but not closed either. I felt a tightness in my chest and stepped inside slowly. I looked around, not touching anything at first. Everything looked normal. The bed was made. The lanterns were in place. The firewood was still stacked beside the stove. But something still felt wrong. I checked the kitchen shelves. My food was there. The cooler was still full of ice. But then I noticed something strange. One of the canned goods had moved. It wasn't where I had put it. A can of peaches that I was saving for later. It had been on the bottom shelf, second from the left. Now it was in the middle. That might seem small, dumb even, but I remembered exactly how I'd stacked those cans. I had organized everything when I first arrived because I like things in order. That can had moved. I stood there for a while, just staring at it. I told myself maybe I had knocked it when I was grabbing something else. Maybe it rolled and I didn't notice. Maybe I was making it up. I wanted to believe that. That night, I pushed the wooden bar across the door and stacked 2 empty cans on top of it, right where it met the wall. If someone opened the door from the outside, those cans would fall and make noise. I barely slept. Every creak made my heart jump. I kept holding my breath, listening, but nothing happened. When I woke, the cans were still there, untouched. The bar was still across the door. I tried to relax again. The 5th day was warmer. I spent most of it by the stream. I walked farther along it, exploring. I saw deer prints in the mud and followed them for a while. At one point, I thought I heard voices in the distance, soft, almost like radio static. But when I stopped to listen, it went quiet. Probably birds, I told myself, or whined through the trees. I stayed out longer than usual. By the time I got back, the sun was dropping. And again, the cabin door was cracked open. Not wide, just enough. The wooden bar was on the ground this time, leaning against the porch railing. My whole body went cold. I walked around the cabin first, slow, looking for prints in the dirt. There were none, or maybe too many old ones. Hard to tell. I had been walking around here every day. I stepped onto the porch and listened. No sounds inside, no signs of movement. I waited another minute, then slowly pushed the door open. Inside, everything looked okay. But I felt it again, that wrong feeling, like something had been touched. I checked the kitchen again. The can of peaches was gone. I checked everywhere. Not on the floor, not in the trash, not in the cooler. Just gone. I checked my bag next. I had left it on the floor by the bed. The zipper was open, halfway. Inside, everything looked untouched. Clothes, books, flashlight, but I couldn't remember leaving the zipper like that. That night, I moved the bed in front of the door. Not easy, but I did it. I put the bar in place and jammed a knife under the latch. I kept my axe next to me. I didn't sleep. Not really. At one point, close to morning, I thought I heard a sound from the woods. A snapping branch far off. Maybe nothing. Maybe an animal. I kept telling myself it was an animal. Day 6, I didn't leave the cabin. I stayed inside all day. I kept the lanterns low and sat in the far corner by the stove. I read the same page of an old book over and over without understanding any of it. I listened for sounds. At some point, I realized I hadn't heard birds all day. By late afternoon, I decided I would leave the next morning. I had enough. Something wasn't right here. Someone was messing with me. Maybe a squatter, maybe just some backwoods guy trying to scare me off. I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to go. That night, I dragged the table and stacked it against the door, then tied a line of empty cans across the entryway. I kept the axe in my hands. But at some point during the night, I woke up in total darkness and saw that the door was open, just wide enough for someone to slip through. The table was moved to the side. The cans were on the floor. No noise. Nothing woke me up. I just opened my eyes and saw the moonlight coming through the doorway. I didn't move. I stayed completely still. My heart was pounding. I waited, barely breathing. I couldn't see anyone. I couldn't hear anything. But I knew someone had been there. I didn't sleep again after that. As soon as the sun came up, I grabbed my bag, threw my stuff inside, and got out. I didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't even look back. I started the car and drove without stopping. When I reached the paved road, I felt something shift in my chest, like a weight lifted. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of town. I stayed in a motel that night. Clean sheets, running water, lights that stayed on. I slept with the TV on just for the sound. I locked the door, and I still kept the axe beside me. The next morning, I checked everything in my bag. All my stuff was there except one thing, my old camping knife. I always kept it in the side pouch. It was gone. I never went back to that cabin. I never asked my friend about it either. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to hear some story about how the knife had gone missing years ago or how no one had been up there in a decade. I just let it go because I knew someone was out there, someone who didn't want to be seen, someone who watched and waited and stepped inside when I was gone, or even when I wasn't. I've locked every door since. I needed a break from the city. The job, the traffic, the constant noise, the phone ringing, notifications buzzing. It was all piling up on my nerves. I'd been pushing myself too hard at work and barely sleeping. I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on things, forgetting stuff, snapping at people. So when my uncle called me out of the blue and said I could use his old hunting cabin up north for as long as I wanted, I said yes without even thinking twice. The cabin had been in the family for years, passed down from my grandfather to my uncle. I'd been there once when I was a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old. I remembered fishing in the lake, climbing trees, falling down, getting scraped up, and eating sandwiches on the front steps. I hadn't thought about the place in over a decade, but now it suddenly seemed like the perfect escape. I packed light, just clothes, a few books, a small toolkit, some non-perishable food, and a couple of flashlights. I figured I could get fresh supplies from the nearest town once I got there. The drive was long, almost 9 hours. The paved road turned to gravel, and then gravel turned to dirt. Trees lined the road, thick and tall. The deeper I went, the fewer signs of life I saw. No other cars, no houses, just the forest on all sides. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was setting. The clearing was just how I remembered it. A small wooden structure with a slanted tin roof, a sagging porch, and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Behind it, trees stretched out forever, the forest dense and dark. I got out of the car, stretched, and just stood there for a moment. The air smelled different, clean, pine, moss, something earthy. There were no city sounds, just the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird. I could feel my shoulders relaxing for the first time in weeks. I unlocked the front door with the key my uncle had mailed me. The inside was dusty but not disgusting, just old. A small kitchen, a wooden table, a couch covered with a sheet, and a stone fireplace. There was one bedroom with a narrow bed and a dresser. A single bathroom with a toilet and a sink that creaked when I turned the handle. No TV, no cell service, no internet. It was exactly what I needed. The first night, I slept like a rock. I don't remember turning off the light. I woke up with the sun streaming through the window and birds chirping outside. For the first few days, I did nothing. I went for long walks. I sat on the porch and read. I took naps. I cooked simple meals. I chopped some firewood even though it was still warm out. I even tried sketching again, something I hadn't done since college. I stopped checking my watch, stopped caring what day it was. Felt like I was healing. But around the 5th day, something started bothering me. I wouldn't even say it was anything specific at first. It was just a weird feeling, like something was off. It started with sounds, not loud, but just strange. At night, I'd hear rustling outside. Not wind or animals, I could tell the difference. These were short, deliberate movements, like someone stepping through dry leaves slowly. A few times I got up and shone my flashlight through the window, but I never saw anything. One night, I thought I heard something bump against the porch steps. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the door quietly, scanning the yard. Nothing. I walked out into the clearing, shivering a little in the cold air, and looked all around. I even went to the edge of the trees, but the forest was just a wall of blackness. I didn't go in. In the morning, I'd find little things out of place. A garden spade leaning against the shed that I was sure I'd put back inside. A chair on the porch slightly turned, like someone had sat in it. I kept telling myself I was just tired. Maybe I was moving things without realizing it. Maybe animals were messing with stuff at night. But the feeling didn't go away. It grew. There was an old wooden shed behind the cabin, about 20 yards away. It was locked when I arrived. My uncle didn't mention it, and I didn't think much of it at first. But after a week, I got curious. One afternoon, I looked through the crack between the door and the frame. It was too dark inside to see anything clearly, just shadows and old tools maybe. I tried the handle again, still locked. That night, I dreamt I was standing in the shed with a flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness and landed on something in the corner. A box, I think. I took a step closer and the beam flickered. Then everything went black. I woke up sweating, my heart pounding. The next morning, I found the shed door slightly ajar. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. I hadn't touched it. I was sure of that. I hadn't even tried to open it in days. I walked over slowly, heart thudding in my chest, and looked inside. It was just an old shed. Dusty shelves, some rusty tools, a coiled-up hose, and some paint cans. A metal cabinet in the corner with a broken handle. But something smelled strange, like wet earth and metal. I stepped inside and looked around, shining my flashlight on the floor. Then I noticed the ground. There was a square patch in the middle of the floor where the dirt was slightly raised, like a mound maybe 3 feet wide. The rest of the shed floor was flat, hard-packed soil, but this part looked disturbed, like it had been dug up and filled in again. I stared at it for a long time. Then I went back to the cabin, got my shovel, and returned to the shed. The dirt wasn't packed tightly, came up easier than I expected. I dug slowly, carefully. About a foot down, the shovel hit something hard. I dropped to my knees and brushed away the dirt with my hands. It was a wooden box, old and cracked. I pulled it out and set it on the floor. My hands were shaking. I wasn't sure why. It was just a box. But I had this awful feeling in my chest, like something was wrong, really wrong. I opened it. Inside were 2 things: a small plastic bag filled with old photos, and a long hunting knife wrapped in a dirty towel. The photos were black and white, yellowed around the edges. Most of them were blurry, like they'd been taken in a rush. They showed the cabin, the yard, the porch, the shed. But what made my stomach drop was that all the photos were taken at night. And in some of them, not all, but a few, there was a figure standing just at the edge of the trees, sometimes closer, wearing what looked like a heavy jacket and a hood, always turned toward the camera, never moving. My mouth went dry. The last photo showed the same view from the cabin porch, but this time the figure was standing on the bottom step. I stared at that photo for a long time. I couldn't explain it. I didn't know who took them or why they were hidden in a box under the shed, and I didn't want to know what the knife was for. I put everything back in the box, buried it again, and went back to the cabin. I locked the door. I locked the windows. I pushed a chair under the knob. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I packed up. I didn't care how long I'd planned to stay. I needed to leave. I threw everything in the car, checked the cabin one last time, and started the engine. The gas tank was half full, enough to get to the next town. I was about to drive off when I realized the gate at the end of the road was closed. It had been open when I arrived. It was just a wooden barrier with a chain, no lock. But now there was a padlock on it. I got out and walked over. It was new, shiny. I didn't have a key. I felt panic rising in my chest. I looked around. There was no one, just trees. I went back to the car and sat inside, gripping the steering wheel. I didn't want to go back to the cabin. I didn't want to sleep there another night. But I had no cell service, no way to call anyone. I thought about trying to walk to town, but it was miles away and the sun was already going down. So I stayed one more night. I didn't sleep. I sat with my back to the wall, holding the flashlight and the hunting knife. I listened to every sound, every creak, every whisper of wind. Around 3 a.m., I heard something on the porch, just a soft scrape, then another. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then it stopped. When the sun rose, I looked outside. Nothing was there, but in the dirt just outside the door, there were boot prints. I didn't waste any more time. I grabbed the crowbar from the shed, walked to the gate, and broke the lock. Took 10 minutes. My hands were bleeding. I didn't care. I drove until I found a gas station, filled up, and kept driving. I didn't stop until I got home. Later, I tried to talk to my uncle about it. He didn't answer my calls. Then I found out from my mother that he had passed away 2 months before I went to the cabin. The call I got, the one where he told me I could use the cabin, I still don't know who that was. I never told anyone else. Not the police. Not my friends. I deleted the photos I took at the cabin. I threw out the clothes I wore there. Sometimes I still dream about it. I see the porch, the shed, that square of disturbed dirt, and I see the figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching. I'll never go back. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I hear a soft scrape outside my door. Just one. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this. Maybe to get it off my chest. Maybe because I can't sleep anymore the same way I used to. Everything feels different now. It's not like I'm scared of the woods or anything. I still go hiking sometimes. I still like being alone. But ever since what happened out there at that old rental cabin, I just don't look at isolation the same way. There's a difference between being alone and being watched while you think you're alone. Back in early September, I decided to take some time off from work. I had been doing a lot of late nights at the office, pulling weekend shifts, barely seeing any sunlight. My mind was foggy all the time. I was snapping at people. So I looked online and found this little rental cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho. It wasn't a fancy Airbnb, just a no-name listing on a small rental website that a coworker recommended. The photos showed a basic wooden cabin with no neighbors, no traffic, no distractions. It looked like the perfect place to be alone for a few days and reset my mind. The cabin was about a 6-hour drive from where I lived. I packed enough groceries for a week, mostly dry food, some canned stuff, water, coffee. There was no Wi-Fi at the cabin, and the ad said the cell signal was pretty much dead out there. That was actually a selling point to me. I wanted peace and quiet. The drive out was mostly uneventful. just long. The last 40 minutes were on dirt roads winding through forest. No pavement, no signs, just a narrow trail barely wide enough for my SUV. The trees started getting thicker, and the light coming through the canopy started to fade even though it was still afternoon. Eventually, I saw the clearing and the cabin up ahead. It was smaller than it looked in the pictures. The wood was darker, more worn. The porch had a few steps leading up to a door with flaking paint. No cars around, no other houses in sight. Just trees in every direction. I parked beside the cabin and killed the engine. It was completely silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. I stood outside for a while just listening. It felt good to breathe clean air. I grabbed my bags from the back and went up to the porch. The key had been left under a flower pot, like the owner had told me. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The inside of the cabin was even more basic than I expected. One room, a bed pushed against the far wall, a small kitchen area with a propane stove, a mini fridge powered by a gas generator out back, and a little bathroom with a dry composting toilet. There was no shower, just a jug and basin system for washing. I wasn't complaining. This was exactly what I'd signed up for. That first night was uneventful. I made some canned soup, read a bit from a paperback I brought, and went to sleep early. The bed was lumpy, and the mattress springs creaked every time I turned, but I was too tired to care. It was colder than I thought it would be, though. I had to dig into my second blanket before I could fall asleep properly. I woke up early the next morning. The sun was barely up, and the cabin was dim. I boiled water for coffee and sat out on the porch to drink it. The woods were quiet but not silent. I could hear a few birds, maybe a squirrel in the distance. I felt like I was finally unwinding. Later that day, I decided to explore a bit. There was a narrow trail behind the cabin that led off into the trees. It wasn't marked, just a faint path through the underbrush. I followed it for maybe half a mile. It wound down a gentle slope, across some mossy rocks, past a few fallen logs. I didn't see anyone, no footprints, no litter. It felt like no one had been there in years. I stopped when I reached a little stream. The water was cold and clear, flowing over smooth rocks. I sat down for a while and just listened to the trickle. Then I made my way back up to the cabin. That night, I made rice and canned chili, ate on the porch as the sun dipped behind the trees. There was a weird moment, though. As I was finishing my food, I thought I heard a snapping sound from somewhere deeper in the forest, like a twig breaking underfoot. I froze for a second and listened, but there was nothing else. Probably just an animal. I brushed it off. But that was the first night I felt uneasy. When I went to bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there in the trees. I hadn't seen anything, nothing unusual, but the silence outside felt different now, like it was pressing in on the cabin. I kept thinking about that snapping sound. Maybe it had been closer than I thought. I fell asleep eventually but woke up sometime in the middle of the night. The cabin was pitch black. I couldn't see anything except the faint glow of the moon through the window. I lay there for a while trying to figure out what woke me up. Then I heard it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Footsteps, very slow, on dry leaves. It wasn't an animal, not a deer, not a raccoon. It was too steady, too slow. One step, then another, then a pause, like someone walking cautiously, trying not to make noise but still stepping on the wrong patches of ground. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The footsteps stopped. For a long time, I heard nothing. I was about to sit up and peek through the window when I heard the sound again. This time on the opposite side of the cabin. Crunch, crunch. Again slow, deliberate, and then nothing. I stayed awake until the sun came up. That morning, I walked around the outside of the cabin. I didn't find anything. No footprints, no marks. The ground was covered in pine needles, so maybe tracks didn't show. Still, I tried to convince myself I had imagined it. Maybe I was half dreaming. I tried to go on with my day normally. I cooked breakfast, tried to read, but I kept looking out the window. Something about the woods didn't feel the same anymore. That afternoon, I decided to walk the trail again to the stream, maybe just to clear my head. But when I got to the stream, I noticed something weird. On the opposite bank, across from where I usually sat, there was a tree with a mark carved into the bark. It wasn't there before. It looked fresh, just a single vertical line, maybe made with a knife or a chisel. I felt my stomach drop. Someone had been there. I backed away slowly and started heading back toward the cabin. As I walked, I kept turning around, checking behind me. I didn't see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept a flashlight and a heavy wrench beside my bed. Every time I heard a sound outside, I sat up and listened, but I never saw anything. The next day, I seriously considered packing up and leaving early, but something in me didn't want to admit I was scared. I told myself it was probably just another hiker, someone else who found the trail. Maybe they made the mark for their own reason. Maybe I was being paranoid. Still, I made sure all the windows and doors were locked that night. I kept the generator off so there was no noise. I just lay in the dark, listening. Then, around 1 or 2 a.m., I heard something that made my blood go cold. It was the sound of someone dragging something across the porch. It was slow scraping, like wood on wood. Then a bump. Then more dragging. I sat up slowly and turned on the flashlight. I didn't go to the window. I just sat still, holding the wrench. The dragging sound stopped. Then footsteps again, this time right up to the door. And then a knock. Just once. Not loud. Just a soft knock. I didn't move. I didn't answer. I sat in total silence. After a long moment, the footsteps walked away. I stayed frozen for another hour before I even dared look outside. But I didn't see anything. The next morning, I stepped onto the porch and looked around. Everything looked normal, until I saw the wooden chair that had been beside the door. It had been dragged halfway across the porch, flipped over. The back leg was broken, like someone had smashed it. I decided then and there I was leaving. I didn't care if I was overreacting. I packed everything into my SUV as fast as I could and locked the cabin behind me. But before I left, I walked behind the cabin to where the trail started. Just curiosity, or maybe wanting to check if I was crazy. I looked at the trees near the trailhead. There were 3 fresh marks on 3 different trees. Vertical lines, all carved at chest height, spaced evenly. Someone had been there, watching. I drove out of those woods without stopping once. No brakes, no food. I didn't even feel safe until I was back on paved roads with other cars around me. I didn't call the cops. I didn't know what I would even report. Someone knocked on my cabin door at night and scratched some trees? There were no cameras, no proof. Nothing actually happened to me, but I know what I felt. I know someone was out there. Maybe it was just some local messing with me. Maybe it was someone who didn't want outsiders near their land. Or maybe it was worse than that. Maybe it was someone looking for someone alone. Someone waiting. Either way, I'll never go that deep into the woods alone again. That cabin's still listed online, by the way. Same pictures, same description. I checked a few weeks ago out of curiosity. I wonder if anyone else stayed there since. I wonder if they heard the same footsteps.